In this video, I'm going to show you how to build 12 amazing and unique projects using React.js. So without any further ado, let's get started. In this project, I'm going to show you how to build an advanced table in React.js. I call it advanced because you will be able to perform all the CRUD functionalities, which is the create, read, update and delete functionalities, as well as you can search through the table, basically giving it a filter functionality, and also there is a pagination functionality. So in this one project, you will learn how to implement CRUD, search filter, as well as pagination, all of them packed together and implemented on this table. So now just to show you all of that in action, I'll first give you the demo of the project. So here, let's say I start populating some data. So if I write John and I keep the gender as male and the age as 23, then after clicking add, you can see we get the first item added to the table. And here we also have an actions column which has the edit and delete functionality. And here you can see, since this is the first page, we get a page number 1 over here, and it's highlighted as green because this page is active at the moment. Similarly, I'll populate some more names. I'll fast forward this part. As you can see, the add functionality works fine and items keep getting added one after the other. Now you'll notice once I've populated this table with 5 data, notice what happens when I add the next one. So after populating this, if I click on add, then you can see we get the page number 2 over here. So that means per page in the code I have set up that we should only show 5 items per page. And if it exceeds that, then send the next data to the next page. So if I click on page 2, we get to see the next data. Alright, so the pagination here works fine as well. And when I click on page 2, you can see 2 gets highlighted over here. Similarly, let me just add a few more. And now you can see with the data being populated as it is, let's now try to search for a particular name. So let's say I want to search for hello over here. So if I go to page 1, or basically I stay on any page, from page 1 here, if I search for hello, you can see we get hello displayed over here. So that means we are able to search properly as well. Similarly, I can search for John and we get John over here as well. Alright, now let's actually try to edit some data. Let's say I want to edit John. So what I can do is if I click on edit, then you can see the cursor comes up over here. The moment I click on edit, this part gets highlighted and the cursor comes up over here, indicating the user that this row is now editable. So I can update John over here. I can also update different columns and update this. And now once I'm done with my update, if I click anywhere outside the table, the edit gets saved. Alright, and now if I click here again, I can't edit this again until I click on the edit button again. Alright, so the edit functionality also works fine. And now apart from that, I can also delete elements. Let's say I go to page 2 and I click on delete here, then you see hello got deleted. Similarly, I can delete this as well. And you saw after I deleted the last item from page 2, we came back to the page 1. Alright, so the delete functionality works fine. And now one more thing I need to show you is we also have the pagination functionality for the search filtered results. And what I mean by that is, let's say I add this same Emily name 5 more times. So in total it will be added 6 more times. I'll fast forward that part. I'll just add this a few more times. Alright, so over here you can see I have added Emily 5 times, and here Emily is there once in this page as well. So in total we have Emily coming up 6 times. Alright, and now if I actually try to search for Emily, so you'll see the pagination updates. Over here it has 2 pages and it only shows the ones which have Emily. If I go to page 2, it has the last item as Emily because we had 6 items in total, and per page we are showing 5 items. So the pagination also adapts itself and structure as for the search filter. So if I empty the search filter from here, then the pagination is still there for the entire data. So let's say I just add one more random data over here. Now we have 3 pages, right? So when we have nothing in the search filter, then the pagination works for the entire data set. Alright, so page 1, page 2, page 3. But let's say if I was searching for Emily, then the pagination adapts itself for the search term. Now instead of 3 pages, we have 2 pages, which is for the search term Emily. Alright, so our pagination also adapts based on the search term. Alright, so all in all, this is what we are going to build, and this is going to be a pretty interesting and advanced project, and I suggest you code along with me. So now, without any further ado, let's start building the project. Alright, so over here on the left, I have my VS Code editor opened, and on the right, I have my browser opened up. So whatever I code over here is going to be rendered on the browser at the right side. So I have this initial project setup, which has no content within it yet, and this was created by Vite. At the moment, I don't have anything in the app.jsx file. So this is where we are going to start writing our code. But first of all, you can also see we have this app.css and app.jsx file. And in this app.css file, I just have this Google Fonts imported. So this is nothing but Playpen plus Sans. So I imported this using the Google Fonts website. And in the body, I just have a font family. Let me just close this file explorer. I just have this font family, a background color, and a color of white, so that the text that I add can have the color of white. Alright, this is just a basic CSS setup and the app.jsx over here. So I can cut this main.jsx, which has nothing but this react.strict mode. And then actually over here, we can also remove the index.css because it's not required. Alright, and then we can go to the app.jsx. So I can just cut this main.jsx from here to clean up our tab. So now first of all, in the app.jsx, I want to import the data table component. And we haven't created the data table component yet. So what I'll do is within the src, I'll create a file and I'll name this data table.jsx. Alright, and I'll just initialize the arrow function layout of this functional component. Alright, so here we have this data table. We can actually remove this from here. And then I'm going to simply import this over here. Over here, I'm going to write data table, and this is going to auto import itself. And you can see data table being rendered on the screen over here. Alright, because in the data table component, we have the data table text. Alright, so we will be working with these three files, the app.jsx, the data table.jsx, and the app.css. Alright, so let me collapse the file explorer so that we can have more space to write our code. Now, I'll go to my data table.jsx. And over here, I'll first begin by creating the layout of the application, which is nothing but the entire table. Basically the entire table and the inputs. Alright, basically if you remembered, we had these inputs, the button, another input here, a table, and a pagination section. So let's create the layout of that. Over here, I'll remove this text. Then I'll give this div a class name of container, right? Then within the container, I'll have another div. And this div will also have a class name of add container. So basically in the entire container, we'll have two divs. First is the add container, which is going to include all of these inputs. And the second is this part over here, which is going to include the search input, table, and pagination. Alright, so that second part, which is this part over here, that is going to be included within this div. Alright, and this div will have a class name of nothing but search table container. Cool. So first let's add the styling for the add container, which is going to be these inputs and this button. Over here, what I'll do is I'll first create a div. This will be nothing but I'll have a class name of info container. Alright, info because this part over here is for the name, gender, and age, which is the info input containers. So the first div is going to be for the info container, and the second section within the add container is going to be nothing but that add button itself. So I'll create button, I'll write add over here. Alright, and this will have a class name of add. And let's add all the inputs as well within the info container. So first I'll write input, and then this input will have a type of text, placeholder of name, then name will be nothing but name. Alright, and then we'll also have a value which we won't add yet. We will add it soon though. Let me just keep this as an empty string for now. And then this will also have an onChange. Alright, and I'll just keep the onChange as an empty function for the moment. Alright, so at the moment I'll just keep this as an empty function. Don't worry, we'll update these two later on. Now I'll copy this input, I'll paste it 2 more times, 1 and then 2, and the second input will have a placeholder of gender, the name will also be gender, and the value and onChange will update later. Similarly for the third input, this will have placeholder as age, and its name property will also be age. Alright, so you can see we have 3 inputs over here. So now with that done, let's also create the table. I'll go down here, and first if you remember, right above the table we have an input which is for the search filter. So what I'll do is I'll actually copy this input from here, I'll paste it here, and then this will actually have a placeholder of search by name. It doesn't need a name property, and I'll also give this a class name of nothing but search input. Alright, now after that, right underneath the search input, let's create the table. So this will be a table tag, and then right underneath the table, I'll first create the t-head tag. This is nothing but the table header, which is nothing but this part over here, this part. So within the table header, we will first need a table row, and in that row we will have some headings. So basically I'll add the th tags, which is for the table headings, and here first heading will be name. I'll copy this, paste it 3 more times. The second heading will be nothing but gender, the third heading will be age, and the last heading will be action. Alright, then after the t head we can go ahead and create the table body. Now the table body is where all of this content is going to lie. So here right now this will be dynamically populated. So for the moment I'll just keep the content within the table body empty, and then right after the table over here what I'll do is I'll create another div. This div will be nothing but will have a class name of pagination. Alright, so this is going to be the pagination section. So now this is the basic layout of our HTML. Now before I populate the pagination, which will be dynamic, and the table body, let's first style this out properly so that our initial application can look like this at least. Alright, let's style everything out. For that I'll go to my app.css, and over here I'll begin writing the CSS code. Alright, so first before I add any styles I'll go to the app.jsx, and here I actually need to give this a class name of nothing but app, and then here I'll select the .app class. I'll give this a text align of center. Alright, and then I'll select the .container class, which is the div which wraps all of this. Here I'll give this a display of flex direction of column, align items of center, then a padding of 5px, and a gap of 10px. Alright, then after that I'll add the styles for the add container class, which is nothing but this entire part over here, the top part. So here I'll give this a display of flex, then an align items of center, then flex direction of column, and a gap of 5px. Alright, then I'll select the info container class, which is these inputs over here, the top inputs, and to this I'll give it a display of flex, then a flex wrap of wrap so that it does not overflow, and whatever extra content is there it comes to the next line, and then a justify content of center and a gap of 5px. Alright, so this makes it responsive. If you notice, if I increase its width, you can see it stays in one line. If I decrease it, it comes to the next line. Alright, this input over here. Alright, so it's good for responsiveness, basically this flex wrap. And then the next is to add the style for the button, but I also need to give some common styles to the input and the buttons, because the input and button look like the default HTML input and buttons, which don't look so nice. So what I'll do is over here I'll first select input, I'll select the input of type text and the button, and these two will share some common styles, which is nothing but appearance of none. So I'll remove all the default button and input styles. So and then this will have an outline of none, then a border of 0, then a padding of 12px and 20px. After that a margin of 8px and 0, and then a box sizing of border box, then border radius of 5px, and font family of nothing but play pen sans. Alright, and then this will be nothing but cursive. Alright, you can see it looks so much better now. So after this I'll give some custom styles to the button itself. Over here I'll give this a font weight of 600, a padding of 10px and 15px, and then a cursor of pointer. Alright, then I'll actually select the .add class, which is for this button over here, and here I'll give this a background color of nothing but light blue, so 73ADDF, and then a color of white. After that a font weight of 600. Alright, now with that done, I'll actually give a style to the search input. This will have a width of 200px. Alright, then I'll also style the search table container, which is, if you remember, this entire part, the part which contains the input as well as this table. So in the search table container, simply give this a display of flex and a flex direction of column and a justify content of flex start. Alright, that will make sure that all the letters and all stay at the starting of the div. Alright, so after this, let me actually zoom out from the browser. I guess I'm pretty zoomed in. Let me keep this at 125%. Alright, now you can see things look better. And then I'll actually style the table tag. Over here to the table, I'll give this a border collapse and I'll collapse it. This will make sure that when I actually create the table, the entire table will have one border over here. If I don't add border collapse, these will start having some gaps between them, which won't look good. Alright, now actually just to be able to visualize some of the content within the table body, what I'll do is in this data table.jsx, I'll hardcode a row over here in the t body. I'll hardcode it for now and I'll remove it after I'm done with the styling. So just to visually show you the styles getting applied, when I proceed to add more of the CSS, I want to be able to visually show you the row getting styled within the body. So for now, I'll just hardcode one row within this body. So I'll create table row, and within this, I'll create a table data element. And here, let's say I'll name this John and paste this 2 more times. So it will be a male and the age will be, let's say, 23. All right. Now let's just style this part to make it look like an actual table. All right. And once I'm done with the styling, I will remove this part and I'll add it dynamically using some logic in React. All right. So now I'll go to the app.css. So now over here, I'll select the table td element as well as the table th element. This should be table th. And to this, I'll give it a border 1px solid of a whitish gray color. All right. And then I'll give this a padding of 8px and then a max width of 350px and then a ward wrap will be break ward so that none of the wards overflow from their container, and if the ward exceeds in length then it will just go to the next line. All right. And one more thing I'll add, I'll actually need to add another element in the data table.jsx to fill this part. So here in the table body, what I'll do is I'll create another td element, and within this I'll create one button. Actually, I'll create another button, and this will be nothing but edit, and this is going to be nothing but delete, and this is going to have a class name of actions. All right. So just know that this entire part I'm going to remove after I'm done styling, because I want to dynamically add this, or basically I want to map through an array and then return all these elements. Right now, just for styling purposes, I'm keeping it like this, hard coding it for now, but then I'm going to, if not remove, I'm going to modify this structure by returning it from an array. And don't worry, you'll soon get to know what I'm talking about. So in the app.css, let's continue with the styles. So I'll actually also give this a text align of left. All right. And then a color of white. Then after this, I'm going to select the table td element, and this will have a font size of 18px, then a font weight of 400, and then I'm going to select the table row, and then on hovering that, I'm going to give this a background color, which will be slightly darkish gray in color. All right. So now if I hover on this, you can see we get this different color. After that, I'll select tr and th, and to this I'll give it a min width of 100px. All right. Then I'll select the table and th, and to this I'll give a padding top of 12px, then a padding bottom of also 12px, then a text align of left, then a background color of nothing but green. All right, there you go. You can see the background color of this has turned to green, and then color of white and font weight of nothing but 600. All right. And then after this, I'll also add the styles for the actions, which is this part over here. So here I'm going to give it a display of flex, justify content of center, and I'll give it some gap. So a gap of 6px. All right. Now this looks much better. And then what I need to do is I need to give the edit and delete buttons a different color. So what I'll do is I'll go to my data table.jsx. So here, for the edit button, I'll give this a class name of edit, and then here I'll give this a class name of delete. Then I'll go to my CSS. Over here for the edit, I'm going to give this a background color of nothing but blue. All right. And then a color of white, and I'll make all the text within it uppercase. Cool. Then similarly, I'll copy this, paste it here. Before the delete class, the delete will have a background color of light coral. Let me remove this. All right. Light coral, and the rest of the parts will remain the same. So that's styled as well. And then now I'm actually going to add some media queries. So this is to improve the responsiveness of the entire application. So media only screen and max width of 600px. So whenever the screen width goes below 600px, I'm going to select the tr and th. I'm going to select its min width property, and I'm going to give this unset, and then I'll select the table td element, and this will have a font size of 14px. So just small minor tweaks. And then to the actions as well, I'll give this a flex wrap off wrap and a gap of 2px. That when this width becomes too small, this button can come right underneath this edit button instead of staying in one row, because then it consumes too much space. Alright, then to the button, I'll give this a margin 3px top and bottom and 0 left and right. Alright, now after adding the media queries part, to just check the responsiveness, what I can do is you can actually inspect over here, and let's say I increase the width of the browser, and here you can see if I try to go any smaller than 600px, then we get our styles being applied. Alright, and you can see this also goes to the next line. Alright, so that works fine. I can close the inspector and I'll increase the width of my code editor. And then after this, we have a few more styles remaining, which is for the pagination. But before I add that, I'll first add some logic to the application now. So I'll go to my data table.jsx, and then over here, let's add some logic to basically take the data from the input and then add all the data within this table and so on. Alright, so now I'll start with the logic part. So here, first of all, let's try to get whatever the user types in these inputs. So basically, let's try to add the add functionality first. Now, before I do that, I'll actually remove this hard-coded data because we have added the styling now, so we don't need this data over here anymore. So what I can do for now is within this table body, I can just comment this out for now, alright? Because we need to add this dynamically now. So I'll go up here, and over here I'll create a state variable, and I'll name it const form data set form data. It will be nothing but a use state, and it will be an object that will have three properties, which is the name, and then the gender, and lastly the age. Alright, so name, gender, and age, because these three inputs resemble the name, gender, and age as well. So after that, and just know that these three properties will be initialized with an empty string, because of course in the beginning we haven't typed anything. So after that, what I can do is I can copy this, and then over here at these individual respective inputs, I can actually first update the value over here to nothing but form data.name. Similarly, this will be form data.gender, and this will be nothing but form data.age. Alright, and then right over here I will create a function named const handle input change, which will be an arrow function, and over here I'll try to take in the respective inputs from here and update it in the form data. So I'll first copy this and I'll pass that function right over here, and same thing will be done for the other two inputs as well. Alright, now with that done, let's modify the handle input change function now. So here I'll first pass the event listener, which it automatically receives because it's passed on to the on change. Then over here I can simply write set form data, and this will have nothing but I'll spread out all the form data values that were there and the individual particular value I'm trying to update. So e.target.name, and then this will be nothing but e.target.value. Alright, so it's important to set the name properties of each of the individual input same as the property in the form data. And only because of that, we can update the form data state with a one-liner like this, because the e.target.name is going to refer to the respective inputs based on the name, and it's going to update that particular value in the form data state. And we're going to spread whatever remaining data that we had. So for example, if I had already filled in the name and gender, but then I was filling up the age, then in that case, this ... form data is always going to spread the name and gender, and it's only going to update the age. Alright, so with this, we should have our name, gender, and age updated in the form data. And just to check that out, what I can do is right over here, I can console.log the form data. Alright, then I'll inspect this, and then over here, let's say I just type something. So John, and we can see John come up. Then if I type the gender, let's say male, this has been filled. And then let's say I type the age, let's say 23, you can see that has also been updated. So our form data is being updated accordingly. So now let's go ahead and add the add button functionality, so that when I click on add, all the information I had populated over here get combined and added over here in the table. So for that, first I will actually create another state, and this will be named as nothing but data and set data. This will also be a use state, and this will be initialized with an empty array. Alright, I'll remove this console log from here. So after that, what I'll do is I'll actually create another arrow function here named handle add click. This will be an arrow function, and I'll copy this function and I'll actually pass it to the add button over here. So I'll write on click, and this will have the handle add click function. Alright, on clicking add button, this function is going to get invoked. Over here, all I'm going to do first is I'm going to check if form data dot name has been filled, and form data dot gender is also present, and form data dot age is present as well. Only then I'll proceed to update the data. Alright, I want to ensure all these three inputs are filled for me to be able to update the data when I click on the add button. So over here I can write const new item. This will be an object. This object will have an ID to make it unique, so date.now, and then a name, which will be nothing but the form data dot name, and then a gender, which is again the form data dot gender, and then the age, which is again form data dot age. Alright, then after that over here I'll write set data, and I will update this data over here with this new item. So all I'll write is if there's any existing data present in the table already, then simply spread it out and add the new data or the new item. So that's going to be nothing but new item. Alright, so this is basically just going to push in our new data or the new item. Alright, and then after that, I want to make sure that once we have clicked on add and our data has been updated, I also want to clear the form input. So whatever I must have typed in over here, it should get cleared. So I'll write set form data, and I'll just empty the objects. The name will become empty, gender will also become empty, and age will also become empty. Alright, and since we have set the individual input values to the respective form data object property, when I empty this, these individual inputs are also going to get emptied out. Alright, so now let's just test this. For that, let me first console.log nothing but the data, then I'll inspect and open the console. So over here I'll write John, and then gender is male, and age is 23. And then if I click on add, there you go, you can see the array has been populated, and in the array you can see we have the ID, making sure that this object added is unique with the age, gender, and name property. And if you noticed, after clicking add, this input also became empty. Similarly, let's try to add something else. Let's say Miles, then gender male, age 15. If I click on add, then we get two submissions populated within the array. If I expand, you can see in number 1, index 1, we have Miles, male, and the age 15 with its unique identifier. So our add button works perfectly fine. Let me close the console and remove the console log from here. Alright, so now after this, we want to be able to visibly see the data in this table. So we have all the information we are trying to add in the data array, right? So what I can do is, I can actually go over here to the table body, the T body, and over here, I'll actually keep this here for now to see what I'm going to do. So over here, I'm going to write curly braces, and then I'm going to map through the data array. So data.map, and then for each item, I'm actually going to return an element. Alright, so over here, I will actually copy this part and paste it here. And of course, I'll remove these curly braces, and I'll uncomment this as well. Alright, we are actually able to see John 2 times over here because we are mapping through the data which already has 2 elements. And so it's looping through twice and just showing this hard-coded data twice. I'll actually refresh this, which will make sure that the data becomes an empty state. And also over here, you can see if I hover, it says missing key prop. Over here, I'll give this a key of nothing but item.id, which is nothing but the date.now. Alright, and here I can simply start updating these values. So instead of John, I'll make this nothing but item.name. Similarly, this will be nothing but item.gender, and this here will be item.age. Alright, and then I'm actually also going to give an ID to each of these TD elements. So over here, I'll give this an ID of nothing but item.id. I'll actually copy this, and I'll paste this here twice, here, and yeah, that's it. So with this, we should at least be able to see whatever data we add in our table over here. Let's actually try to add some data. Let's say I write John, gender is male, age is 23. If I add, and voila, you can see our information gets added. Let's try to add some other name. Miles, gender male, age 14. If I add, that also gets added perfectly fine. So our add functionality works fine now. Now after that, let's go ahead and add the delete functionality. Alright, over here in the button, I'll actually test the onClick property, and here I will actually pass this a function which will be named handle delete, and this will take the argument item.id. Right, item.id, we are getting the item from here and we're accessing its id property, which is the date.now. So let's create this function. I'll go over here, create handle delete, will be an arrow function, and we know this takes an id. So what I'll do is I'll first write const updated list, and all I'll do is I'll just filter through the data array. So I'll filter for each item. If item.id is not equal to id, then filter them out and add it in the updated list. And if item.id is actually equal to id, then don't add it in the updated list. The updated list will have all the other items which are not equal to item.id. So it will filter out the data that we try to delete. Alright, then all I have to do is I just have to update the data with the updated list. That's it. Now let's say if I try to delete Miles, and there you go, Miles got deleted. If I do the same thing with John, John is also deleted. So our delete function also works fine. Now let's go ahead and add the edit functionality. So I'll go down here to the edit part, and in the edit I actually want to do something different. So let's just add some random information over here first. So in edit, what I want to do is when I click this, I want that there should be a cursor that comes up over here. So on clicking edit, a cursor should automatically come up over here, indicating that this part is editable. Alright, so to do that, what I'll do first is I'll go here, then I'll create another state named edit id, and then set edit id. Then use state will be nothing but false. Alright, so this edit id is nothing but, you can consider this as an edit mode. So if I click on edit button for a particular row, then this edit id will be filled with that item's id. Alright, and that will indicate that edit id actually has an id, so we are actually trying to edit that particular row. Alright, so what I'll do is I'll go down here to the edit button, and over here on click I will do something, and that's going to be pretty simple. I'm actually going to add a callback function, and this will simply update the edit id state to nothing but the item.id. Alright, so now on clicking edit, the edit id should have the particular id for the row I'm trying to edit. Alright, now with that done, I want to make sure that the row I'm trying to edit, it gets a cursor on its row when I click on edit. So to make sure that happens, we have to actually utilize the content editable property. So let me populate this again. So the thing is, when I click edit, I want a cursor to come over here, right? And that can happen using the content editable property in JavaScript. So basically, to this td over here, which has the item.name, I will add the property named content editable, and this will store nothing but if edit id is equals to item.id. Alright, so if I click edit here, then the edit id will be the id of this row. And when we map through the data, if a particular row's edit id is equal to the item.id, which in this case will be true, if I click on this edit over here, then the content editable for that td or table data will become true, bringing out that cursor over here. Now before I show you that, let me just copy this, and I'll add the same thing over here as well, and here too, because we want to be able to edit all three of these columns, right? Alright, so now let's just test this out. If I click on edit, nothing happened right now, but if I click here, you can see we get the cursor, so we can actually add values. Now even if I add values over here, when I press away, it's not going to update the value, it's just going to update the DOM. So if I update this and I click away, although the DOM seems updated, but the actual data array doesn't get updated. Alright, so we have to make sure that we update the value. So although it seems like we edited it, it hasn't quite been edited yet. Alright, so now basically whenever I click on edit, the content editable for that particular row gets activated, and we are actually able to update these values. Alright, now let's make sure that we actually focus on this part. when I actually click on edit, because we don't want the user to figure it out on their own, right? That this is actually editable. We want that when I click on edit, the cursor should automatically come over here. So to do that, what I can do is I can go up over here, and here, and create a use effect, right? And this will take the edit ID in its dependency. And then first I can write if not edit ID. If edit ID is false, then simply return from here. We don't need to do anything. Otherwise, let selected item. Basically, I'll select that particular row using the DOM selector. So document.query selector, and we can select that particular DOM element through its ID based on the ID we have in the edit ID over here. So we can select that particular row, the one that we're trying to edit, by utilizing this edit ID. So what I'll do over here is I'll add the template literals, and over here within the square brackets I'll write ID equals, and then I'll add the $ and the curly brackets, and over here I'll write edit ID. So by doing this, we are actually selecting that particular row from the DOM, the particular row that we are trying to edit. So once we get that, my bad, one thing I need to change is I need to add query selector all over here, and this is going to return us a node list. So upon doing query selector all for that particular edit ID, we are going to actually get a node list of all these items, right? All these 3 items, because the edit ID will be matching these item.ids. So we will get a list of 3 items in the node list, which are these 3 items. And we want to make sure that we focus the first element when we click on edit. So over here, I'll simply write selected item dot focus. Selected item of 0 dot focus, because it's a node list, right? And we want to only focus the name column the moment we click on edit. That will allow the user to know that yes, the row is editable now, and then they can proceed to select the other columns by their own will. Now let's just test that out. I write John, male, and then the age 23. I click on add, and now if I click on edit, you see we get the cursor come up over here automatically. I do not have to manually click it. So this now allows the user to know that this row is editable. So they can click over here and edit it, and if I click here, then I can also edit this or this. But now, as I said, this actually seems like it's been edited, but it's only been updated in the DOM. It's not updated in the data over here. So we need to update it over here as well. So we need to make sure that when I actually click outside this table, then we need to make sure that our content gets edited. So basically when I click outside, it should automatically mean that our new data should be updated in the data array, and the edit mode should also become off, meaning that once I click outside, I should not be able to click here and get the cursor. So let's do all that. So first, to update the data array when we click outside, what we can do is over here in the TD, in all of these 3 table data, I can actually utilize another property named onBlur. Alright, so this onBlur is going to get activated when I click anywhere outside. Alright, onBlur, what I want to do is pass this e, and then I'll actually call a function named handle edit, and this will take 2 arguments. First is the item.id, and the second is an object that will contain nothing but the updated value. So here I'll write name and then e.target.innerText. Alright, so because this is for the name column, I'm passing an object with the name property and its value, basically the updated value. So I can basically copy this and I can paste this on blur property over here as well for the gender, and instead of name here I can write this as gender, and I'll do the same over here for age as well. Alright, this will be age. Now with that done, let's actually create the handle edit function. Go up here and I'll write const handle edit, and let's now create this function. So over here, first of all, I can write if edit id is false or edit id is not equal to, if you can see over here, I've actually not passed in the parameters. So the parameters are going to be nothing but id and the updated data. If you remember, in the handle edit, we pass the item.id as well as the updated data. So, and the updated data is an object, do remember that. So if there is no edit id, which means if you have not clicked on the edit, or the edit id is not equal to the id, then in that case simply just return, right? There should be edit id. Alright, in that case we don't need to do anything. But otherwise, what I can do is I can create a variable named updated list. This will be nothing but data.map. I'll map through each of the elements in the data, and then I can write a ternary operation over here saying if item.id is actually equal to the id. So if item.id in the data is actually equal to the id that we have passed into the function, if that's true, then that means we have actually reached the item in the data array that we want to edit. So if item.id triple equals to id, then simply return nothing but in the object we'll have the rest of the item and we'll add the updated data, and then otherwise we'll just return the item. So if you didn't understand what this means, basically data.map obviously returns a new array because map returns a new array. So in that array, for each element, we're checking if the item.id is equal to the id. If it is, then we'll actually update the row that we're trying to edit. And in that row, we will first spread out all the values of the item. So basically first we'll spread out the original name, gender, and age. And then we will specifically spread out what's in the updated data. So when we were trying to update the name, you remember the updated data is nothing but the object with name and then e.target.innerText. So let's say if we actually only updated the name, then all the items will be spread out. So gender, age, and name will be spread out, and then the name specifically will be updated to the e.target.innerText, which is whatever we have typed in over here, right? And then for the rest of the elements in the data, like for the rest of the indexes, simply return the item. So the new array returned by map will have one array updated, which is the array that we are trying to edit, and the rest of the items will be returned as it is. All right. Then of course we just need to update the data state. So set data updated list. All right. And now let's say I console.log the data over here, and then I refresh this. Then let's say I write John, gender male, age 23, and now let's say I'll inspect. Then over here, let's say I click on edit, and then let's say I update the John column over here. Let's say I add n multiple times, and then I click away. Then if I go over here, you can actually see that the name property in the data array has been updated to John with multiple n's actually. All right, that means our handle edit works perfectly fine. All right, now after this, there's one thing you should know, that although I have edited this and I clicked outside and the data was updated, you'll notice one thing. If I still click here, we still get the cursor. The ideal scenario would be once I've clicked outside the table, then we should make sure that if I click over here, the cursor shouldn't come up. The cursor should only come when I click on edit again. Alright, because that's the ideal scenario. Otherwise the edit mode will always be on and the user can come and edit anytime. That won't be so nice. Then the edit button becomes useless. So we want to make sure that whenever I click outside, the edit ID should become false and the user would have to click on edit again to be able to edit anything. Alright, so on clicking outside over here, we should make the content editable false. I'll first remove this console log, and then I will actually go up here, and here I'll create another use effect. Alright, and then this use effect will have an empty array as its dependency, and then here I'll actually add document.add event listener, and I'll listen to the click event, and I'll call the function handle click outside. Alright, and then I'll actually create this function right over here. So const handle outside click. Alright, and before I actually write the logic of this function, I first need to utilize the useRef hook, because I want to make sure that I add a reference to this table over here so that I can detect whether I'm clicking on this table or outside this table. So I'll write const outside click equals useRef, and then this will be initialized with false. Then I'll actually copy this outside click, and I'll go down here and I'll give the table a ref of nothing but outside click. Alright, so this will help us detect whether we are clicking on the table or not. So just to show you that, what I'll do is over here in the handle outside click function, I will actually take the event, because this is passed in the document.add event listener, so this automatically takes the event, and then here I can write if outside click.current. So you know that in refs in React, to access its values we have to use the .current. Alright, so this outside click.current is going to include nothing but the table over here, because the ref was added to that table, right? So if outside click.current exists and the outside click.current.contains, so if the outside click.current does not contain, you see, because of this, if it does not contain the event.target, then that means we clicked somewhere else, right? So if the outside click.current, the outside click is nothing but this table over here. So if it does not contain the event.target, which means I clicked somewhere else, because if I clicked here, it would include that event.target in the current of the outside click ref. But if I click somewhere else, then the outside click.current would not have that event because I clicked somewhere else and not on the table where the ref was placed. So if that's the case, then I just want to set the edit ID as false. Alright, and then I also want to make sure that over here in the cleanup of the use effect, I actually remove the event listener. So document.remove event listener. For the click event, I will remove the handle click outside function. Right, so I saved this. That's why the data went away. I'll just remove the empty spaces from here. Alright, and now let's see if our code works. Let me first populate the data. So this will be male and then 23, and I click on add. Now what should happen is if I click on edit, this should focus on as it was, but then when I click somewhere outside and I click on this again, we should not be able to edit this, right? So in the beginning I'm not able to do anything because I haven't actually clicked on edit. If I click on edit, we get the cursor here, but now let's say I click somewhere outside, this should set the edit ID as false or the edit mode as false. And now if I click over here, we should not get the cursor, and voila, you see, we do not get the cursor. So to get the cursor again, the user has to click on the edit button again. Alright, allowing them to edit again. Alright, and if I click anywhere outside, and then if I click here, then the edit mode becomes false, or the edit ID becomes false. So we don't get to edit again until we click on edit of that particular row all over again. Alright, so that works perfectly fine as well. So our edit functionality has been completed too. Now let's move on to the next part, which is adding the search functionality. So over here, I'll first scroll down. I'll go right here to the search input. And here we need to update the on change and the value of the search input. So the first thing I'll do is I'll go up here, and here I'll create a state, basically a state variable for the search term. So search term set search term. This will be nothing but a use state, and it will be initialized with an empty string. Alright, and we can say right over here, I will also create another function named const handle search. This will also be an arrow function. Alright, so the first thing we need to do is I'll go to the search input, and over here in the search input value, I'll pass the search term state. And we need to make sure that the search term state gets updated with whatever we type over here. So to do that, over here in its on change, I will call the handle search. Alright, and then I'll go up to my handle search function, and handle search will of course receive an event, and then within this function I'll simply update the search term. So set search term will be nothing but e.target.value. Alright, with this our search term state should have whatever we type over here in the input. Now we need to make sure that based on whatever we are searching here, we need to filter that data out from the data array over here, and then we need to display it over here in the table body. So basically whatever I type over here, we need to first check if what I've typed over here is present within the data, and all of the objects within the data that contain the name that's typed over here, we are going to filter that out to a new variable and then display it over here in the table body. Right? So pretty simple. So what I'll do first is I'll go right over here, and here I'll create a variable, let's say filter data, and over here I will simply filter out the data state. So data.filter, and then the item. Alright, for each item I want to return nothing but item.name.to lowercase. Alright, then dot includes, and we want to check if the item includes whatever that's present in the search term. So search term dot to lowercase. Alright, so whenever I type something over here in the search by name, the data is going to get filtered out, and it's going to get filtered out in a manner wherein their name property includes the search term. Then those specific objects will be returned from this data.filter, and it will be added to the filtered data. So every object in the data where the search term that we have typed over here is included in the item.name, those specific objects are going to be added to the filtered data. The filtered data is going to contain the data that we are searching for. And that's why to actually be able to view this, what I'll do is right now I'll actually first copy this, the filtered data, and right now if I go down here to the table body, you will notice that I'm doing data.map. So what I can do is instead of data.map, I can actually paste filtered data.map over here, And this will make sure that whatever I type in the search by name is going to filter the data and add it to the filtered data variable, which we are mapping through over here. And that filtered data is going to be visible over here. And if I empty the search input, then the filtered data automatically becomes equal to the data state. Alright, because item.name.toLowercase will always include search term.lowercase if the search term itself is nothing, because every name will always include an empty string. And basically if the search term over here is empty, then every item in the data array will satisfy this condition, because the search term itself is empty. So there's nothing as such to compare. It will always be included in the item.name. And that's why we don't need to write something like over here in the tbody, we don't need to write data or filtered data depending on whether the search term is input or not. We can directly just place the filtered data, because the filtered data will automatically include all the data every time the search term is empty. Now just to test that out, what I'll do is, let's say I type a few different names. Let's say here I type John, and gender is male, age is 23, and then I type Miles, gender male, age 21, and then let's say I type another name, then I write Emily, gender female, age 21. Now let's try to search this. Let's say I search for Emily, and you can see we only get Emily over here. And if I backspace this, we get the rest of the data. Alright, basically the entire data that was there initially. Alright, and if I search for John, then we get John. And if I search for Miles, we get Miles. And if I search for something random, then it's not present in our data. Alright, so our search filter also works fine now. But after this, the last thing that we need to do is we need to add the pagination. Alright, so to add the pagination, what I can do is right over here, I will need to create some variables. So in pagination, what we want to do is we want to display 5 items per page at max. Alright, so let's say if there are 10 items, then we want to create 2 pages. The first page will contain 5 and the second page will contain the rest of the 5 items. Alright, so based on that, let's code this out. First, I'll create a variable named items per page, which will be nothing but 5. Alright, and then we need to add a state over here named current page, and this will be set current page, and this will be a state, and it will be initialized with the value 1, because initially we will always be in the first page. Alright, now basically by combining the items per page and the current page, we can get the index of last item of that current page that we are on. So basically, if I write index of last item, well, now just consider this. This should be index. Now let's say we have 10 items and we know that we want 5 items per page. So there's going to be 2 pages, right? 5 items in each. So let's say we are in the first page. So we are being displayed the first 5 items, and the index of the last item of the page we are on, which is the first page, is going to be nothing but current page into the items per page, right? Because the current page when we are on page 1 is 1 into items per page, which is 5, is nothing but 1 into 5, which is 5, right? So when we are in the first page, the index of last item is 5, right? It's the 5th element, and we are not considering index from 0 when we write index of last item, right? You can also name this as number of last item, or just something like last item. Alright, so the index of last item for the first page is going to be nothing but 1 into 5, which is the current page into items per page, which is 1 into 5, that's 5. And that makes sense, right? And let's say if we were on the second page, so the index of last item would be nothing but 10, because 2 into 5 would be 10. And since if we have 2 pages, there would be 10 elements, so the index of last item would actually be 10. Alright, and remember, we are not starting index by 0 over here. This is just the number. You can, if you want, name this as last item number or something like that, or just the last item as well. Alright, so this is going to be nothing but current page into items per page. Alright, basic math. And then next what we can write is index of first item. Alright, so now we need to take out the index of first item, because to paginate we actually do require the last item and the index of first item, and then we want to splice that from the filtered data. Alright, you'll see that soon, don't worry. But let's get the index of the first item of the page we are on. To do that, we can utilize this last item minus, of course, the items per page. Alright, so let's say if we are on page 1, then we know that the last item is going to be nothing but 5, right? Because current page 1 into 5 is 5, the last item is 5, minus the items per page. 5 minus 5 is 0, which gives us the index of first item for the first page. Alright, pretty self-explanatory. The index of first item for the first page is going to start from 0. Index of first item for the second page is going to start from 5. Alright, here the index is going to start from 0. That's why we have named this index of first item. Alright, so in the first page we will have 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, which is 5 elements or 5 items, and in the second page we're going to have 5, 6, 7, 8 and 9, which is the next set of 5 elements. In total it's going to be 10 elements because we have started from the index 0. Alright, and then now what I'll do is in the filter data over here, I will actually slice this. Alright, dot slice, and then I'll slice from the index of first item to the last item. Alright, so when we are on page 1, this is going to give me the first 5 items. Basically the filter data is going to slice the first 5 items and keep the first 5 items in its array. But then when we go to the second page, these values are going to change and it's going to slice and give us the next set of 5 items. Alright, now to be able to visually see this, let's try to add the pagination down here. So I'll go down in the UI, and over here in the div with the class of pagination, what I'll do is we need to display the numbers, right? Whether 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, depending on how many items we have. So what I can do is I can write over here in curly braces array.from, and then here, if you didn't know, in the array.from I can add the first argument as something where I can specify the length of the array. So in array.from, you know that we can create an array from something, right? So here I want to map the buttons 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and so on based on the total number of filtered items I have. So in the array.from, we can actually specify a length property, a length like this, and based on that it's going to give us an array of that much length, and we can then iterate through that array, and for each of those items we can return a button. So how many buttons would we require? Basically the paginated buttons, well, that would depend on the length of the total data, right? So just to show you what I mean, I'll write data.length, and you know that data array contains the list of all the data that has been added in the table. So data.length, and the data isn't being sliced, the filtered data is getting sliced but the data isn't. So data.length divided by the items per page, that is how many pages we would require. So let's say we had 20 items in the data and the items per page we want to display is 5, right? So 20 by 5 would be 4, so we would require 4 pages. So then we can map through this array of length 4 and we can display 4 buttons. Got it? Pretty simple, right? Alright, and if you didn't know, the array.from also takes another argument, which is nothing but a callback. Over here you can write something like this, and this will take nothing but underscore and the index. Because I'm not going to utilize this, I've just named this as underscore, but array.from also gives us the index. So I'll utilize that index, and then for each of the element in the array I will actually return a button, and then this button will have a key of nothing but index plus 1, and it will display the information of nothing but index plus 1, because index starts from 0. So 0 plus 1 would be 1. So the buttons would start from 1, 2, 3, 4 and so on. So if we had 20 items in the data array, then 20 by 5 would be 4, and this would loop through the array.from and display 4 buttons. So 1, 2, 3 and 4. If I save this, alright, now after saving it, let's just test this out. So I'll quickly push some data over here and then we can test the pagination part. Well, now over here you can see we get the pagination value 1 over here because in this page we have 5 items, but actually I added around 7 to 8 items. I don't remember how much, but I actually added 7 to 8 items, but we are not getting the page number 2, and that's because over here in the length I forgot to specify math.ceil, because without that, when we have 7 or 8 items, this becomes a decimal and that causes an issue. So if I write math.ceil, then now you can see we get 2 pages. Alright, so now with the elements added, we can actually see page 1 and page 2, because in the page 2 also I have around 2 to 3 items. In total I had added 7 to 8 items, that's why. So our pagination works fine. But how do we actually go to the page 2? Like right now we're only able to see the contents of page 1. To be able to go to page 2, what I can do is over here in the button, I can actually specify an on click. Alright, and this on click is actually going to call a function called paginate. And it's going to take the value index plus 1. Basically the button that I've clicked, its number, is going to take its number. Alright, then I'm going to go up here and I'm going to create that function const paginate. This will be an arrow function, and this takes the parameter page number, which was nothing but the index plus 1. Then over here all we need to do is we can write set current page, nothing but the page number. Alright, and now with that done, if I go down here and then if I actually click on 2, you can see we actually changed the page and we got to see the rest of the data. And if I click on 1, we go to page 1. If I click on 2, we go to page 2. That works perfectly fine now. But we also want to show the user which page they are on. So to do that, we want to be able to highlight the page that we are on. To do that, over here in the button itself, I will actually write style equals, I'll select the background color property, background color, and then here, if current page is equal to the index plus 1, then just make the background light green. Alright, now as you can see, whenever we click on a particular button, the current page state gets updated to that button, right? To that index. So if that current page is equal to the index plus 1, which is nothing but that value which was set in the current page itself. So if that's true, then turn the background light green. And you can see now, because I'm in the first page, the background is light green. And if I click on page 2, the page 2 button becomes light green. So we are also able to see which page we are on. Alright, now let's actually add some gap over here, some styling. To do that, I'll go to my app.css. And over here, I'll actually select the .pagination class. So pagination, and then I'll give this a display of flex, a gap of 5px, and a justify content of center. Alright, there you go. Then with this working, we actually need to make sure of a few more things. So basically, if I go to page number 2, you'll notice something. So if I delete this element, this gets deleted. But now if I delete the last element of page 2, you see that the page 2 goes away, but we don't go back to page 1. We stay in page 2 and it just becomes empty. So here we want to make sure that if we are on any different page, basically on any page other than 1, basically 2 or 3, and if there's only one item remaining over there and we click on delete, then we need to make sure that we go to the previous page. Alright, we don't want to just get stuck on that page. So, alright, we don't just want to get stuck on that page. Alright, so what I'll do is, I'll go up here, and then in the handle delete, what I'll do is, I'll write if filter data dot length, if that's equal to 1. So while we were on this page, when there was only one data remaining, so if the filter data dot length is 1 and the current page is not equal to 1, because we were on page 2, so if the current page is not equal to 1, then we want to make sure that we actually decrement the page numbers. So set current page going to be nothing but previous minus 1. Alright, now with this, let me just add some data over here. I'll add some random data. Alright, so page 2 has one item. We can navigate between page 1 and page 2. Now if in page 2 I delete this item, then you saw that page 2 got removed and we came back to the previous page, which is the page number 1. Alright, now this is a much better user experience. So that works fine as well. Now there's actually one last thing remaining. To show you that, what I'll do is, I'll first add 6 items with the same name. So let me just quickly do that. I'll add the name hello, let's say 6 times. Alright, so I'll just quickly fast forward this part. Alright, so now what I did is I added this same name hello 6 times. So you can see in page 2 we have it 5 times and in page 3 we have it once. Now the reason why I did this is I want to show you a minor bug. Alright, so let's say I'm in page 1 or any page basically, and here I try to search for the hello word. I search hello. Now I have searched for hello, which we know we have added only 6 times, but when I search for hello, we get in the pagination we get 3 pages, which isn't fine because we now want to paginate based on the filtered items, not on the entire data length. Alright, when we had nothing in the filter, we were filtering through the entire data length. Alright, because when I did not have anything over here in the search input, at that time, the pagination was being decided based on the entire data length. So if I go down here, you can see the length is determined on the data.length. And that's why when I actually search for hello, which occurs 6 times, we still get 3 pages because the pagination is structured based on data length. Data.length divided by items per page. But we want to make sure that in this case, when we write hello and there are only 6 items, then we only get 2 pages. Basically the desired number of pages based on how much ever results we get for the particular search term. So if I actually go to page 2 here, you can see we get hello once, and in page 3 we have nothing. We should only show 2 pages. We should not show 3 pages. Alright, so to fix that, we should not create these paginated numbers based on the data.length divided by items per page. Instead, we need to actually do it based on how much ever results we get after we type something on the search input and the data gets filtered. So basically, if I go up here, then upon data.filter, whatever result we get, that's the total number of hello items we have, right? So we need to make sure that we extract this part and we get its length out. And based on that, we can create the pagination over here. Alright, we do not want to take this entire part because this filtered data also has only the sliced portion of the entire data.filter, because this is being paginated, right? This is ensuring that we only show 5 items per page. So if I actually try to get the entire length of this, it's only going to give us 5 all the time, which would be incorrect, because then the pagination would always show page 1, right? But we want to show page number depending on whatever the data.filter returns. Alright, in that case, it's going to actually account the entire 6 items for whatever search input we type for. Basically 6 items in this case, 6 hellos, and it's going to give us 2 pages if we put it in the pagination array.fromLength down below. So to show you what I mean, what I'll do over here is I'll create a variable named let filtered items equals, and this is going to be nothing but I'll just copy this part. I'll actually cut it from here, paste it here, and that same part which I just cut out, I'll paste that back here again, right? So this filtered items was nothing but this part itself, right? We just brought it out to this variable over here, and then to that same variable we are slicing it, and the filtered data is going to remain as it is. But the advantage we get from this is we actually get the raw filtered items, and with this we can actually extract the length of the filtered items and use that in the pagination below, and it's going to give us the actual length of the filter items, which is 6 in this case. To show you what I mean, I'll copy that, go down here, and instead of data.length, I'll paste filtered items, I'll save the project, and now you can see we get 2 pages instead of 3. So if I go to page 2, we have only 1 item. So now the pagination also works when we try to search and filter out items. So the pagination works in normal cases when we don't search for anything, and it also works for when we try to filter out something or when we try to search something. To show you that again, you see, now I'm not searching for anything, so we have 3 pages, alright? But if I try to search for hello, then we get the pagination restructured based on the search term. So 2 pages this time, alright? And filtered items.length works perfectly fine over here because in the event we don't have anything in the search input, the filtered items becomes nothing but the data array itself, alright? Because that's how we have set the condition to work over here. If I go up here, that's how this part works. When there is nothing in the search term, the data just filters out everything in the filtered items. So the filtered items becomes the same as the data array, alright? Now with that done, there's actually one very small edge case remaining where let's say I go to page number 2. Alright, first remember that I have this name John in my table, and let's say I go to page number 2. But now in page 2, I search for John. And you see when I do that, I do not get anything over here. But we know that John was there in page 1. And when we search for something over here, we are actually searching throughout the entire table. So we should have gotten the John item visible over here, but we did not. Well, that's because the current page hasn't been reset. The current page is still at 2. So the filtered data shows us the list of items based on the second page, and in the second page there is no John, so it gets confused. So we need to make sure that over here in the use effect, I'll make sure that every time the search term is getting updated, so basically every time we type something over here, set the current page to nothing but 1. Alright, because if you're searching for something, then we don't want to start our searching operation from the current page that we're on. No, we want to start that search from the beginning of the page. That's why every time I search for something, default the current page to 1 and start our search from there. Now let's say I'll populate some values over here. I'll quickly fast forward this part. Alright, so here I have added some random values, and now John is again there. And if I go to page 2, and from here if I try to search for John, then this time you can see we actually do get John as an item over here, even though we were on a different page, because the page number got reset and we were able to search through the entire table. Alright, so this works perfectly fine as well. Alright, so now with that done, we are actually done with our project. And over here, if you can see, my auto imports imported this from React part thrice. Well, we actually don't need to write these 2 lines. We can put both of these right over here, and I can remove these 2 lines. Alright, just some minor cleanups. Alright, so with that done, let's just quickly test everything out. I'll refresh the page, and here, let's say I type some names. Let's say I type on John, gender will be M, age 12. So the add part works fine. And let's say I'll quickly fast forward and add some more elements. Alright, so here I have added a few more elements, and you can see we get 2 pages over here. So our pagination also works fine. I can switch between different pages. And if I want, I can edit a particular element. If I click outside, it gets edited, and I again cannot click here and re-edit it until I click on the edit button again. Alright, so we can also go to the next page, and let's say I try to delete this element here. That gets deleted, so delete also works fine. And let's say I try to search for John, then we get John over here. I can backspace, and if I go to page 2, and let's say I delete these two elements, then we go back to page 1, that also works fine. Basically everything in this project now works fine. We are able to create, read, update, delete, filter out stuff, and also paginate all our data. So that's all for this project. If you found it insightful, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. In this video, I will show you how to build this amazing infinitely nested comments feature. Building this will really upskill you in React and also show you some real-world use cases of data structure and algorithms in front-end development. So here's a quick demo of the project. As you can see, there's an input with a comment button beside it. If I type something and click on comment, then a comment gets added under it. Now this comment includes the comment text that we input as well as a reply, edit, and delete button. Now, if I click on reply, then an input becomes visible, and whatever I type in that input gets added as a comment within its parent comment. So you can clearly tell which comment a particular comment belongs to by simply visualizing this nested structure. Now you can go on replying to as many comments as you want, and it will keep nesting a level deep with the proper structure maintained. Now if I go ahead and edit a comment, you can see how the buttons below change to save and cancel. If I click cancel, the comment won't be edited. But if I change the text and click on save, then as you can see, the comment gets updated accordingly. And lastly, if I delete a particular comment, it gets deleted as well. But there is more to this. So if I try to delete a parent comment that includes some nested child comments, then as you can see, the parent comment along with all its child comments gets deleted altogether as well. So this is all about the demo. Now without any further ado, let's understand its implementation. First of all, here's the folder structure of this project. The SRC folder will contain 3 folders, which are assets, comments, and hooks folder along with the usual app.js, index.js, and styles.css files. The assets folder will contain 2 SVGs, which are the up and down arrow respectively. And one important thing to note here is, I won't walk you through the styles of this project because logic and functionality are the most important part here, and I want to emphasize explaining that specifically. All the styles are present in styles.css file, and you can get it from the source code present in the description section below. So before writing the code, here's a brief explanation of what we need to do. Consider this as a front-end system design section. So just by observing the demo of this project, there's essentially 3 things we need to do. Number 1, figure out the data structure. So basically every time I add a comment or reply to one, a parent-child relationship is formed between the two. So we need a structure that maintains a nested parent-child relationship with each comment, no matter how many comments we make. And we need to dynamically create this structure every time we click on comment or reply. So let's say we have a bunch of nested comments looking like this. Now its subsequent structure should look like this. This structure is what we need to generate dynamically upon clicking reply or comment. And then in the UI, we will recursively loop through this structure to create the nested comments. And then moving on to step number 2, we need to create the comment box UI that contains the comment text along with reply, edit, and delete button actions. And lastly, number 3, we need to write the logic for reply, edit, and delete functions that will allow us to structure the data the way I mentioned in the first point, and then recursively loop through it by returning the comment box that we would have created in step 2. In a brief overview, that's all we need to do. So now that we are clear on how to design this system, let's dive in deeper and proceed with its implementation. First of all, within the components directory, I will create a comment.js file which will be a functional component named comment. And then in the app.js file, I'll import useState, the comment.js file, and styles.css. After that, I will add the comment component in the return statement which will allow me to render the comments. Now, I'll first create a simple object named comment which will have an ID of 1 and an items array that will be empty by default. Here the items array is going to include list of all nested comments when we comment or reply. And when the items array is empty and ID is 1, it denotes that there is no comment added yet, and therefore we will only display the topmost input with the comment button beside it. So now I will create a state comments data and initialize it with the comments variable. I will pass a prop named comment, which will contain the comments data state to the comment component. Our objective is to recursively loop through and render each comment in comment prop every time we add or reply to a comment. For now, I will go to the comment.js file and begin creating the UI. In the comment.js file, I will start by importing a few React hooks and a couple of SVGs that will be required here, and then destructure the comment prop. Now I'll create the input with comment button. For that, within the parent div, I will add another div that contains the input and comment button. To store the value of input, I will create a state named input and assign the value property of input tag to the input state. And the onChange property will set the input state by using e.target.value. The comment button would require an onClick handler, so I'll attach it to a function named onAddComment. Don't worry, I'll soon write the logic for this function. Now before I write the logic for comment, reply, edit and delete, I want to simply write the UI logic for rendering out the comments in a nested manner. So what I'll do for now is, in the app.js file, I will temporarily hardcode this comment variable with the final desired structure and recursively loop through it to be able to render out the UI. Note that I'm only hardcoding this temporarily just to be able to generate its UI and verify if it works fine. Once that's done, I will remove the hard-coded structure in comments variable and add logic to comment, reply, edit and delete to dynamically update the comment variable with the appropriate nested structure on demand. So the comments variable now has this temporary hard-coded structure, which is how our final structure should look like later on. Basically, every child comment will be pushed within the items array of its parent object, which is basically the parent comment I'm replying to. Now let's quickly use this structure to render the UI. So basically in this structure, when the comment ID is equal to 1, we show the top input with the comment button, and else we simply display the name property of the comment if the items array is filled. And this line here denotes that if comment ID is 1, then only the top input is styled, otherwise apply styles for the individual comments. The comment name will be given a style of word wrap break word to prevent overflow of the text within its container. At the moment, you don't see any comment being visible on the screen, and that's because we are not recursively iterating through the items property in the comment prop. So, to view all the comment and their subsequent replies, I will simply map through the comment.items and return the comment component itself with a key and a comment prop. Because we know our comment component takes in a comment prop, and this comment prop will be the individual comment or reply we are mapping through. And now as you can see on the screen, all the comments and their respective replies are visible in a parent-child manner, but we still don't see the correct indentation or spacing between each comment and reply, as in every reply should look like it's a child of its parent. And to give that appearance, I will simply add a style of padding left 25px. Now as you can see, all the comments and reply give a proper parent and child-like relationship appearance. After that, I'm going to create a component named action.js, and this will be a reusable component for all the button action. Since I'm going to have multiple buttons such as comment, reply, add, edit, delete, save, and cancel, it's good to have a reusable component for all of these. This action component will take 3 props, which are handle click, type, and class name, and it will return a div with an onClick handler and class name, as well as render the button type. Now in the comment.js file, I will import action.js and replace the comment div with the action component and pass the required props where the type will be set to comment, and as you can see, the button renders as before. We will soon use this component multiple times throughout the application. Now to add the reply, edit and delete buttons, I will wrap the span tag with a fragment, and under the span tag, I will add a div containing 3 action components with the type as reply, edit and delete respectively. The div will have a style of display flex and margin top as 5px. You can add a class name for these styles, but I'm just going to add it in line here. Now I want to display the save and cancel button when I click on edit. For that, I will first add a state named edit mode initialized as false. And then over here, I will add this simple condition where if edit mode state is true, then display save and cancel button. Otherwise, display the reply, edit and delete buttons. And then for the edit action component, I will give it a prop of handle click, which will be a callback that sets the edit mode state to true. So now, when I click on edit, you can see save and cancel appear. Now upon clicking cancel, I should be able to view reply, edit and delete again. To do that, simply pass the handle click prop to the cancel component, and this function will set the edit mode state to false. Now if I click on cancel, you can see the reply, edit and delete view appear again. The next thing to do is to display an input upon clicking the reply button. For that, I will first create a state show input that will be initialized as false by default. And then under the comment within this div, if show input state is true, then render a div containing input and two buttons reply and cancel respectively. The onChange property will set the input state with whatever we type in the input. So in the reply action handle click prop, I will pass a function named handle new comment. This function will set the show input state as true. So when I click on reply, the input becomes visible. Now upon clicking cancel, the input should hide itself. So within the handle click prop of cancel action component, I will set the show input state as false. And now if I click on cancel, the input and button hide. Next, I will add the up and down arrows. Clicking on the reply button toggles this arrow icon respectively. So whenever I click on reply, the arrow goes up and any child comments expand within it. So I will add a state expand initialized as false, and then in the handle new comment function, I will simply toggle the expand state. Now since I have already imported the up and down arrows from assets folder respectively, in the type prop of the reply action comment, I will use a fragment which will display the down or up arrow based on the expand state. So now you can see the up and down arrow toggle respectively. But to toggle the expansion of the comments, I just need to add a style in the parent div where we map through the comments. And here, all I need to do is if expand is true, then display will be block. Otherwise, it will be none. Now doing this will entirely hide the comments. And since we have hard-coded this comment structure for now and haven't added the logic to add a comment, the list of comments won't be visible now since the display is going to be none by default. So just to show you guys that the expand toggle works, I will set the expand state to true by default for a second. And now you can see the parent-child comments expand appropriately. Alright, I will set the expand state to false again by default. And now I will start writing the logic for all buttons. So first of all, I will remove this hard-coded structure in the comments variable in the app.js, because now we want to dynamically update the items array on comment, reply, edit and delete. And then I will create three functions, handle insert node, handle edit node and handle delete node respectively. These three functions will update the comments data state after each insert, edit or delete operation. These three functions utilize insert node, edit node and delete node respectively, which will contain the main logic and will be retrieved from the custom hook I will create named use node. So in the hooks folder, I will create a usenode.js file and return the three main functions respectively. And in the app.js file, I will import useNode. And before I write the logic, I will first send the functions handle insert node, handle edit node and handle delete node as props to the comments component. In the comment component, I will destructure those functions. And I of course also have to pass these functions as props to the comment component being mapped out here. And then in onAddComment function, first set the expand state to true so that comments get visible. Then I'll call handle insert node and pass the comment ID and input text as parameters. Because to insert a new comment, we will need its parent comment ID in order to be able to insert a child comment after it. And I will empty the input state because after adding a comment, it's better to empty the input state. So now I will write the logic for insert node because upon calling handle insert node, the insert node function is called. This function adds a new node to a tree structure at a specific position defined by the comment ID parameter. If the current node has an ID that matches comment ID, a new node is created and added to its items array. Otherwise, the function recursively searches for the appropriate position to insert the new node by calling itself on each child node. The results of these recursive calls are stored in an array called latest node. Finally, the function returns a new object created by spreading the properties of the original tree object with the items property replaced with the latest node array, since the latest node will contain the entire new structure in the end. This ensures that the entire tree structure is preserved, with the new node added at the appropriate position specified by comment ID. Now if I write something and try to add a comment, you can see the comments start to get added, and the reply logic will be pretty simple, since it's also inserting a comment node, so I can simply use onAddComment in the reply action component's handle click prop. and in onAddComment function, I'll set the show input state as false because after replying we should hide the text input. So now if I try to reply to any comment, you can see I'm able to do so. This means our insert node function works fine. Now I'll implement the edit logic. First, I need to make sure that when I click on edit, I'm able to edit or type on the comment name itself. So for that, I'll use the content editable property in the span tag here and set it to the edit mode state, because when we click on edit, the edit mode state becomes true, which also makes the content editable. Using the content editable property in a tag, as the name suggests, allows us to edit the content in the tag itself. And suppress content editable warning is used to remove the warning that comes along with using the content editable. So now when I click on edit and click on the comment text, you can see I can start editing. But simply typing on it is not going to update its name in our tree structure, which is stored in the comments data state. Even if it appears the name has been edited, the actual value in the tree hasn't been updated. So to fix that, I'll create a ref named input_ref and initialize it with null. Then pass the input ref to the span tag. I will then use handle click prop in the save action type and pass it the add comment function. So when I try to edit and then click save, the add comment function will be called. In this function, I'll add a condition. If edit mode state is true, then I'll call handle edit mode and pass the parameters comment id and the newly edited value from input_ref.current.innerText. And I'll keep the rest in the else condition. And after editing is done, I will set the edit mode state as false. Now I'll add the logic for edit node in our use node hook, since handle edit node calls the edit node function. This function will be similar to the insert node function, but instead of pushing a new item, I'll update the name of the tree or particular comment with the value provided from the input ref. Here I don't need to declare a variable latest node as well, since I'm not adding any new elements but just updating a specific value in place. So now as you can see, if I try to edit any value, that value gets edited and updated in our comments data state as well. Now when I click on edit, the comment name should be focused or highlighted so the user gets to know the name is editable. To do that, I'll create a use effect and pass edit mode state as dependency. And within the use effect, I'll write input_ref.current.focus. Now as you can see, whenever I click on edit, the comment name gets highlighted indicating it's editable. Another thing to notice here is that if I edit something but click cancel, the text seems to be updated. And this isn't right. Although the text isn't updated in the comments data state, it's still visible here because we tried to overwrite it, which isn't right. So every time I click cancel, the comment should revert to its old one. To do that, in the cancel handle click, I will add a condition where if input_ref.current is present, then input_ref.current.innerText should be assigned to the comment.name. Now if I try to edit something and then click cancel, as you can see, the comment text doesn't display the overwritten one, but it displays the old comment as it should, since we didn't actually save our edit. Now lastly, I'll implement the delete logic. First, add the handle delete function to the handle click prop in the delete action component. I'll create the handle delete function and call handle delete node, passing it the comment ID, because to delete, I just need the ID of the comment I'm about to delete. Now I'll write the delete logic in delete node function, because handle delete node calls delete node function. This function uses a for loop to iterate over the items array of the tree object. For each item in the array, the function checks if the ID of the current item matches the ID parameter passed to the function. If there is a match, the splice method is used to remove the current item from the items array, and then the modified tree object is returned. If the ID parameter does not match the ID of the current item, the function calls itself recursively, passing the current item and ID as parameters to search for the node with the given ID in the nested items. This recursive call will continue until the node with the given ID is found or until there are no more nested items to search. If the node with the given ID is not found in the tree object, the function returns the tree object. And now, if I try to delete any comment, you can see the comments get deleted accordingly. And if I delete a parent comment, then all its child comments also get deleted as it should be. So the delete logic also works fine now. Now one last improvement to be done is, if I click on reply and instead of replying I hit cancel, then if you notice, the arrow still points up. When actually an arrow pointing up means that there are child comments present within it, which isn't the case here. So I need to make sure that on clicking cancel, if the comment item's length is 0, then I shouldn't expand that particular comment. So in the cancel handle click, I'll add the condition where if the comment item's length is 0 or false, then set the expand state to false. So now if I click on reply, but then cancel it, then you can see the arrow points downward back again instead of upward, because it doesn't make sense to keep it expanded when there's no child component. So the arrow needs to point downward in this case. So this is all you need to do. Now if I type something and click on add comment, a comment gets added. I can reply to any parent or child comment, and they structure themselves accordingly, forming a parent-child relationship. I can toggle the expansion of any comment. I can also edit any parent or child comment. And lastly, I'm also able to delete any comment. And if I delete a parent comment, then its respective child comments also get deleted accordingly. So this is all about the project. It's a very useful project that could enhance your knowledge in React as well as JavaScript. If you enjoyed the video, then don't forget to like and subscribe, and as usual, stay tuned for more. In this video, I'll quickly show you how to build this multiple filters project in React.js. Before moving on to the coding part, here's a quick demo. As you can see, there's a filter section on top over here, and the 4 filters are different categories. And below that, there's a list of products for each filter category. Now, when I click on any filter category, the list of products updates to show the products belonging to the selected category only. Now, apart from this, you can also select multiple filters at the same time, and the list of products displayed will be updated accordingly to show products related to the categories selected in the filter above. You will learn how to filter based on single or multiple category selections. This is a very useful feature implemented by many popular e-commerce sites. Now, without any further ado, let's get started. First of all, I'm not going to walk you through the styles. You can copy paste the styles from the style.css file present in the GitHub link for this project attached in the description below. So moving on, I'll first create a file named items.js that will export an array of all items we will be displaying. The items will be an array of objects with each object having a name and category property. Next, I will create another file named multifilters.js, which will be the component containing all the logic, and I'll import multifilters.js in app.js file. Now in multifilters.js file, I will first import the items from the items file, and then I will also import the styles. After that, I'll create 2 states, the first being selected filters, which will be initialized as an empty array, and the second state will be filtered items, which will be initialized with the items that we imported. The filtered item state will update based on selected filters. Initially, it will display all the items, and that's why I initialized it with items. After that, I will initialize a filters variable that will be an array of strings containing all the categories that we want to filter based upon. Now before adding functionality, let's make the UI come into life. So in the return statement, we need 2 divs within the parent div. The first div will contain the filter categories, whereas the second div will contain the list of items. I will also add subsequent class names for each of the div. Now in the first div, I'll map through the filters array and display the categories. Each of the categories will be a button tag. Now within the button, I will add an onClick handler that will take a function named handleFilterButtonClick. I will pass the individual category from the map method callback as an argument to handleFilterButtonClick function. Don't worry, I'll soon create the logic for this function. After that, I will add a class name of button, and the class name will be toggle between button active or button if the category selected is present within the selected filters array. We will add the selected category into selected filters array in the handleFilterButtonClick function. So basically, whenever we click a filter, the active class name will be triggered, which just turns the selected filter's background color black and its subsequent text color to white. And lastly, I'll add a key to this button as well. After that, in the second div, I will simply map through the filtered item state and display the item name and item category of each item within a div. Each item will have a class name of item, and the item category will have a class name of category. Now I'll write the logic for handleFilterButtonClick. It's going to be very simple. As we know, this function receives the selected category as a parameter. So I will write an if condition, where if the selected category is already present in selected filters array, then we will filter that category out and update the selected filters array to not contain that category. Since if it already exists in the selected filters array and we are clicking it again, then that essentially means we are trying to remove or deselect that filter. And if the selected category doesn't exist in the selected filters array, then we will simply add it to the selected filters array. Now lastly, whenever selected filters array changes, we need to update the list of items displayed. So I'll add a use effect which will have the selected filters as its dependency. Within the use effect, I'll call a function named filter items. Now within the filter items function, as the name suggests, we will filter the items based on the selected filters. So if selected filters array has any categories, then I'll map through the selected filters array. And within the map method, I will filter through the items array we imported and filter out the elements having same item category and selected category. The filter items will be stored in a temp variable. Remember, filter returns an array and we are returning it in temp variable. Now if you console log temp items, then it will contain an array of arrays, because map also returns an array, and for each selected category we are filtering and returning the set of items having the same category as selected category. So for each selected category we'll get an array of arrays returned, with each array containing items of a specific category present in selected filters array. And that's why I will flatten the temp items so that the array of arrays gets flattened into a single array, and then update the filtered list of items in filtered item state. And if selected filters array didn't have any category in the first place, then I'll update the filtered items arrays with the array of items that we had imported. This is required in case we deselected all the selected filters, because then the list of items displayed in the UI would become the default list of items array. This is all we need to do. Now if I select a single filter or multiple ones, the list of items update based on the selected categories. And if I deselect all filters, then it displays the list of all items. So that's all for the video. This is a very useful mini project. If you enjoyed the video and want more such videos, then don't forget to like and subscribe, and stay tuned for more. In this video, I'm going to show you how to implement a multi-level dropdown in React.js. So basically just know that there will be an array of objects given to you, and you have to iterate through it, or basically recursively go through it, and then you have to create a multi-level dropdown. So first, to give you the demo of that, you can see over here I have menu 1 till menu 4. If I click on menu 1, nothing happens because within menu 1 there's no children. But if I click on menu 2, then you can see there are 2 sub-menus, because this menu 2 has some children. And if I click on menu 3, this has 4 children. And if I click on menu 4, this has 2 children. And now you can nest infinite level deep. Alright, so based on the data that's been given to you, you have to nest that many level deep. For example, if I click on submenu 4, you see submenu 4 also has 2 more children. So in this way, you can nest infinite level deep, and you just have to go through the data or iterate through the data and display it in such a manner to simulate nothing but a multi-level dropdown. Alright, and the data structure of this is going to be something like this. Now let me open my VS Code. So over here you can see the menu 1 has nothing within it, because here we only have a label of menu 1. It has no sub menus. But for the label of menu 2, we have 2 children. So that's why menu 2 has a sub menu, and within that sub menu that is also an array of objects which contains 2 labels, submenu 1 and submenu 2. So basically any parent which has children will have this submenu property to it. Alright, and the entire structure will be an array of objects, and any parent or any element that is going to have a subsequent nested children element, so that parent element always needs to have a submenu. For example, if I go down here for menu 3, you can see there are 4 submenus, right? So submenu 1, 2, 3 and 4. But submenu 4 also has another submenu property which has 2 more children, which is the submenu 1 and submenu 2. Alright? So we will be given a data like this, and we need to iterate through this entire data, and we need to display this multi-level drop-down structure. So now, without any further ado, let's actually implement this. Alright, so over here on the right side, I have my local server open up, and this is my React code. We are in the app component right now, and we have been given the menu data, and we need to simulate that multi-level drop-down. So let's actually start implementing that. So first of all, we obviously need to iterate through this data, right? Through this menu data. So let's at least display all the top level parent elements first. So to do that, of course, we can just map through this menu data and display the elements. So what I'll do is, let's say over here, I'll create an unordered list, and then within this, I'll create curly braces. Then I'll write menu data.map, and I'll extract the individual item and the index. Then I'll return nothing but obviously a list item. Alright, now in this list item, first let's give this a key of index, and then of course, we need to display the individual labels. So over here, all I can write is item.label. Now, if I actually just save this much, you can see we already get menu 1, 2, 3, and 4. Alright, but now upon clicking on these menus, nothing happens. So to make something happen, to basically display its nested child elements, of course, the first thing we need to do is we need to give an on-click event listener to this list over here. And here I'll pass a function which I haven't created yet. Let's just name it toggle sub menu. Alright, then I'll copy this and let's say I'll just create this right over here. Toggle sub menu. This will be an arrow function. Alright, now first of all, let's do one thing to make things more simpler. I will not implement the toggle sub menu function first. Instead, by default, I just want to display all the nested elements under the parent element as well. So to do that, what I can do over here is I'll create curly braces, and first I will check if item.submenu exists. Only then I will call a function named render submenu. Alright, and this will take nothing but the argument item.submenu. Alright, right now this, you see, upon saving, this went away because we haven't created this function yet. Let's create this over here, const render submenu, and this will also be an arrow function. Alright, so of course, if each of these elements, they include the submenu, if they include the submenu, only then we want to render it, because for menu 1 we don't have a submenu, so in that case we don't need to execute this line. So only if submenu exists, then call this function and pass in that particular item.submenu, which is going to be nothing but, let's say for menu 2, we would pass in this item.submenu, this part over here. So this render submenu function is going to take a parameter named submenu. Alright, then after this, let's actually render that submenu. So what I can do is I can simply return an element. So in this case as well, for the submenu, this will also be an unordered list. Basically, if you remember, these are also nothing but lists only, right? So what I return over here will have the same structure as this. Therefore, what I can do is I will literally copy this entire part and I'll paste it over here, and then I will update a few things. So instead of menu data, we are receiving the submenu, right, to render the submenus, and submenu is also an array. So we can take the submenu and replace that with menu data. Alright, similarly, one more thing I can do is instead of naming this as item, I can just name this as sub item. This is just to keep the naming convention correct. And I can replace the item over here with sub item, and same thing over here, and over here as well I will replace the item to sub item. Alright, now just with that done, you can already see we are able to display the nested elements. We can actually see the respective submenus being rendered for each respective parent. Alright, but of course this looks a bit weird because there's so much gap over here. Well, that's because in the app.css I created this project using Vite and it has added some default styles. Let me just remove this entire part. Alright, and now you can see things look much better now. Alright, so just by doing this much, just by calling this render submenu, so for the individual parent, we are basically displaying an unordered list which has the li element, and to each of these parent menus, if its submenu exists, we are calling render submenu, and the render submenu is rendering these submenus. So basically it's taking the same unordered list, placing it over here and rendering it out. Alright, that's why when we map through menu data, it adds the parent and child relationship by calling this render submenu for each parent element. And not only that, you can see over here for submenu 4, it's recursively calling its own submenu and also displaying its nested child elements. That's because the submenu itself is calling render submenu again if that submenu itself, which is this part, if that submenu itself contains another submenu. Alright, so if this submenu or if any submenu contains another submenu, then in that case we're doing the same thing. We are basically saying loop through within its own submenu again. Right, so basically if this submenu over here, if any one of its label again contains another submenu, then we are just recursively calling that same render submenu function again, because the render submenu function does the job for us. Why do we need to again call another different method and implement all of this again? No, simply recursively call that same function. Consider this recursive call as nothing but looping through the submenus all over again. Alright, it's just a loop. So even for the nested child elements, if any of the nested child elements also includes a submenu, in that case, recursively call the render submenu, and that will render the child submenu's children as well. Alright, and in this way we can recursively nest up to an infinite level depth. So just to show you that, let's say to this nested submenu to submenu 1, let's say what I'll do is, let me copy this submenu, and then to submenu 1 over here, let's say I'll give this a submenu as well. This will be an array and an object, and let's say this will have a label of nothing but this time submenu 1. If I save it, then you can see it's recursively calling it again and nesting another level deep. So for submenu 1, it's also displaying its child element as well. So there's so much level nesting going on. So let's say if you have any website like Flipkart or Amazon where there are many lists of products, then sometimes what happens is there can be n level categories. There can be a lot many categories. So in that case, this multi-level dropdown can help a lot. Alright, so let me actually just remove this from here, this submenu 1. Alright, now with that done, there is one last thing remaining, wherein let's say if I click on this, then nothing happens. So we also want to add a feature where if I click on the parent, then the nested child element should collapse. Alright, so in the final build, if I click on this, they all get hidden back again, and if I again click, they all become visible. Alright, let's do that as well. So that is going to happen in the toggle submenu, because toggle submenu is called when I click on a particular element. Alright, on any of these elements, because all of them have the toggle submenu event listener, this and this as well. So here what I can do is, first of course this automatically receives an event. Then over here what I can do is I can first select the children of the particular parent. So I can write let submenu, this should be submenu equals e.target, sorry, this should be e.target.query selector, and I'm going to select nothing but the UL tag. Alright, so first I'm trying to access the submenus of that parent element. Alright, and if, of course, if the submenu doesn't exist, then we just need to return right away from here because there's nothing to toggle. But if it exists, then we go down to this line, and in that case I can write some logic. But first what we need to do is, by default we need to make sure that these submenus are hidden, right? Like these submenus have a display of none, because if you remember in this application, if I refresh this, then by default the submenus were not visible. Only when I click on this, that's when they come out. So let's do that over here as well. For that, what I can do is actually write over here to the UL in the render submenu and give a class name of submenu, right? We don't need to give it over here because we know that this is always the parent, the top level, the topmost level, and the render submenu is always these children elements or these children elements. Alright, and we need to hide these, not the topmost level ones. So I'll give this a class of submenu. I'll go to my app.css, and right over here I will give this a display of none. Alright, and by doing this they get hidden by default. If I click on this, of course nothing's gonna happen now. So over here in the toggle submenu, what I can do next is if submenu.style.display equals nothing but none, then in that case we can simply write submenu.style.display equals block. So if it's already none, then upon clicking it, change its display to block. Otherwise, just change it to none. So otherwise means if it's already visible, then change it back to none. Now if I save this and I click here, well, you see nothing's happening. And there's actually very weird behavior that I'm going to show you now. So let me just refresh this again. Notice something. If I click on this once, nothing happens. But if I click on this again, then it drops down. Similarly with this, if I click here, nothing happens once. If I click on this the second time, only then it starts to display. Now why is that happening? Well, that's because, well, weirdly enough, the first time we click on any of these after refreshing, it's pretty much not going here, right? That is what it has to mean. So what we can do is we can actually try to console log this. So I can write console.log. Let's just console log submenu.style.display. Open my console. So let's say I refresh this, and then I click on menu 2 for the first time. So you can see it's not showing me anything. Like something got printed. You can see in the console something got printed because it's showing app.jsx line 38. which is this, but it's saying that there is nothing in submenu.style.display the first time we click this. But then the second time I click it, that's when we get display of none. Alright, so the second time I click it, the display over here realizes that the value is none, and then this condition becomes true, and then we are able to make it block. So then this becomes visible. So to fix this, it's pretty simple actually. Since we know that the first time we click this, we get nothing over here, and that the second time we click it, that's when we get the value. So we can actually add two checks over here. So the second check is going to be only for the first case, where we get nothing over here. So what I can do is, I can write submenu.style.display equals to none. So if that's the case, or let's just account for the first case, if submenu.style.display is false. So basically if it returns nothing. So if there is nothing, then that is also false, right? So if it's false, then in that case also, basically if it's empty, then in that case also change the style.display to block. Alright, now if I save this, and let's say I close the console and I refresh the page, and now if I click on menu 2, then voila, you see on the first click itself, the dropdown expanded. That means on the first click itself, it checked that this one got triggered because it showed nothing for submenu.style.display. And in that case also, we are saying go ahead and change the submenu.style.display to block. Alright, and if I click on this again, it hides back. Alright, now the toggling will work for each of these menus. Alright, and if I try to click on submenu 4, then you see nothing happens. But we know that submenu 4 also has its own nested children. Alright, so if you see, submenu 4 also has its nested children. So why is it not working for submenu 4? Well, that's happening because of event propagation. So to actually understand this better, what I can do is, let me first refresh this, and over here in the console log, let me log the submenu over here. Alright, and I'll just click on menu 3, I'll open the inspector, console. Alright, and then now if I click on submenu 4, then you can see we get the UL, but we get it 2 times, and if I expand this, you can see this has the submenu 1 and submenu 2. So basically it has the value, and we are also getting the appropriate UL, and it has the display of none as well. Then why is it not changing its style to block? It should change its style to block and display the nested children elements for this submenu 4, right? But why is that not happening? Well, to help you understand that properly, let me actually copy this, paste this over here, and now let me save this, let me clear this, and now let me click on submenu 4. If you notice, when I clicked here, it's getting triggered twice. Basically this function over here is getting triggered twice. So when I click here, it's first saying none because the display is none by default, right, for its children elements. So the submenu for the nested children has display of none. But when we click this the first time, the console log prints none because it's initially none. Then the logic goes over here and it prints it to block. But let's say I just copy this, remove it from here, and I place it here. Then let's see what happens. So let me clear the console, and if I click here, then you can see the first time I click, the style display was none, but then it goes here and it becomes block. Then because it's getting triggered twice, because this function is getting triggered twice for some reason, it comes here again and it sees that it was already block, so it goes to this condition because it's not none, it's blocked because of the first trigger. Then in the second trigger it changes it to none, and that's why the console log returns none, or it prints none. Alright, so basically when I click here, this function is getting triggered twice, which is causing the submenu or the children of this submenu to become none again. Basically it's style.display to become none again. You understand? Because this is getting triggered twice. So our net result is basically none, because it starts from none, becomes blocked, then becomes none again. Now that is happening because of event propagation, because when I click this, our event is getting propagated upwards as well. Basically it bubbles up, and this one also gets triggered. This menu also gets triggered because I'm clicking on this, and this is a part of this menu 3. So when I click this, the toggle submenu for this gets triggered, but then the event bubbles up and the toggle submenu for this parent also gets triggered. So to fix that, there is a very simple solution. All we have to do is we need to write e.stop propagation. Alright, right at the beginning of the function. I'll save this, I'll actually close the console, and I'll reload the page. And now let's say if I click on menu 3, then if I click on submenu 4, and voila, you can see we are able to see the nested children of the child element itself. Alright, so by doing stop propagation, the toggle submenu function doesn't get triggered twice, and so the style.display doesn't become none all over again. And that's why when we click here, we are able to properly see it get triggered. Alright, let me just remove the console log from here, and if you want you can give this a cursor of pointer, and that's up to you. Let's say I actually go to my app.css, and to the entire UL itself I'll give this a cursor of pointer. Right, now it looks much better. Now you can see everything works fine. If I click on this, this can get toggled. Similarly with this as well, and this, since it has no elements, so this will not show any children. And if I click here, this also gets toggled. And as I had already shown you, if I add more submenus over here, this will keep nesting more and more. So that means we can infinitely nest this. So basically that is how you build a multi-level dropdown. So in your interview as well, the interviewer might ask you to create a multi-level dropdown, and they might not even give you this data. You might have to create this data on your own over here and then iterate through it and create this structure. So do remember how this data was created, or how this array of objects has been structured. Alright, because you might not be given this from before as well. You might have to create this on your own right on the spot. Alright, so with that, we are done with the project, and I hope you found it insightful. In this video, I'll build a traffic light simulator in React. First, let's see the demo of the project. As you can see, we have this traffic light UI with 3 circles, and the lights switch from green to yellow to red after predetermined intervals and loop indefinitely. If you notice, the yellow light stays on for a lesser period of time as compared to the rest. Each light should be lit for the following durations: red light for 4 seconds, yellow light for half a second, and green light for 3 seconds. So with that clear, let's proceed to build the project. The file structure is pretty straightforward: app.js, index.js, and styles.css file. I'll first start by creating the UI and then proceed to add all the functionality. So in the app.js, I'll first import styles.css. Then I'll give the parent div a class name of wrapper, and then I'll create a component named traffic light, import it in app.js, and place it within the wrapper div. This traffic light component will contain all the UI and main logic. In the traffic light component, I'll begin by creating a traffic light container div, and within that div we require 3 lights. So I'll map through this dummy array for now and return a div with the class name of traffic light. These will be the individual lights. And note that I'll remove this dummy array 1 to 3 later on when I move to the logic writing part and replace it with something else, which you will see soon. Now I'll quickly add some simple styling to these class names in order to show some visuals on the screen. In the styles.css, I'll first add styles for the wrapper present in app.js, which will simply center the entire traffic light on the screen. After that, I'll style the traffic light container, which will have a background color of black, border radius 7px, display of flex, and flex direction of column, since all traffic lights are arranged in a column-like fashion. Then a padding of 10px and gap of 10px as well, so the individual traffic lights will all end up having a 10px gap between them. To show that, I'll now style the individual traffic light. First, I'll declare a CSS variable here named size with a value of 50px. Then I'll add a dark grayish background color, and then I'll add a border radius, height, and width with their values equal to the size variable, 50px in this case. And now you can clearly see the UI visible on the screen. Now in the traffic light component, if I add a style property to the traffic light div and give it a background color of red, then you can see all the individual traffic lights change their color. However, we need to add the color switching functionality by making things dynamic, and only one circle should have their lights colored at any given moment. So let's add the logic for that. I'll remove this background color of red for now. First, in the app.js file, I'll create an object named traffic states, and this object will contain 3 more objects named red, yellow, and green. Each of these objects will hold information regarding its background color, duration of that particular light, and the next color we are supposed to show. So the duration of each of these colors is going to be 4000 milliseconds, which is 4 seconds, 500 milliseconds, and 3000 milliseconds. The background color is obviously going to be red, yellow, and green respectively, and the next property is going to be green, red, and yellow respectively. That's because when the color is red, the next color we are supposed to show is green, and when the color is green, the next color we are supposed to show is yellow, and when the color is yellow, the next color we are supposed to show is red. Now after that, I'll pass the traffic states object as a prop to the traffic light component. Now in the traffic light component, I'll destructure the traffic states object. Then I'll create a state named current color and initialize it with green. This will allow the green traffic light to be shown by default. And then over here, I'll replace the array 1, 2, 3 with object.keys of traffic states instead. Now this will simply return an array containing all the keys within traffic states, which in this case is going to be red, yellow, and green. So now the map will be performing its operations on this new array. And because of that, in the map method's callback, I can use the color parameter, which will be red, yellow, and green respectively. Then in the style property of the traffic light div, I'll target the background color and make it dynamic by saying if the color is equal to the current color state, then I'll simply display the respective background color from the traffic state. So now as you can see, the traffic light green becomes active because the current color is set to green by default. So now all we have to do is switch the colors dynamically after the respective durations of each color. So we need to change the current color state based on certain intervals depending on which color is set. To do that, I'll simply create a use effect which will have a current color as its dependency. So this use effect will be invoked every time the current color is changed. Then I'll destructure the duration and next property from the current colors object present within the traffic states object. After that, I'll change the current color to the next color based on its duration. I'll do this by creating a timer ID variable and setting it to a set timeout, where the time for it will be the duration of the respective color. And within the set timeout callback, I'll set the current color to the respective next color after the given duration of the current color has been completed. This will allow the current color to switch to the next color after a given duration. And then I'll simply clear the timeout every time the component unmounts by using clear timeout and the timer ID variable we declared above. So now with this done, you can see the color has started to switch based on its given duration. It works exactly as shown in the demo at the beginning of this video, and it seems to work just fine, pretty much like a real traffic light. So that's all for the video. If you found it insightful, don't forget to like and subscribe, and as usual, stay tuned for more. In this video, I'm going to show you how to implement search functionality in React.js. And not only that, I'm also going to show you how to add infinite scrolling to it. And after that, I'm also going to show you how to optimize your search functionality by adding debouncing to it. So debouncing is just going to optimize everything. It's going to optimize the number of times you hit the API call, and ultimately it's going to make things a lot more smooth. Now, this is asked during the interviews of many big tech companies, where they ask you to implement a search system that should include infinite scrolling, and it should also be optimized. And the best way to optimize a search functionality is by using debouncing in JavaScript. And I'm going to show you how to do all of that in this video itself. So without any further ado, let's get started. But first of all, before I dive into the code, I'm going to show you the demo of what we are going to build. So over here, you can just see a search input on the screen. I'm going to zoom in a little bit. You can see this search input on the screen, and when I start writing something to it, let's say I'll write T 2 times. I wrote T, it says loading because it's fetching the data from the API, and then once everything is loaded, you can see a list of all data items are presented to you on the screen. So when we write TT, the API is called, we get all the items on the screen, and then the next step is to add infinite scrolling. And in infinite scrolling, what happens is once we take this scroll bar to the bottom of the page, we want the next set of data from the API to be loaded and fetched so that we can display it on the screen. So in infinite scrolling, once we reach the bottom of the screen, we will again call the endpoint, and that will just add more data into our screen. So to show you the demo of that, I'll just take the scroll bar right till the bottom, and once it reaches the bottom, you can see loading is displayed again because it's calling the API and loading the rest of the data. And then you can see the data loaded and the scroll bar went to the top again. This means the data got loaded, and you can see more data coming through. Now if I go to the bottom again, you're going to see loading displays again, and things are going to be loaded again. It's going to wait. Once things gets loaded, the scroll bar goes up again and more data has been loaded up. So this is nothing but infinite scrolling. Now just to show you that I've also optimized these calls, I'm going to show you the proof that debouncing has also been added to this search functionality. So what I'll do is I'll just refresh this and I'll open my network. I'll go over here, I'll open my network, and then I'll just zoom out of here a bit. Now you're going to notice something. Now once I start typing on this input, what used to previously happen is if I did not optimize it, then on each letter I would be calling the API endpoint. After each letter that I type, I would be calling the API endpoint. So suppose, consider I type something like home. So for like each of those letters, it's going to call the API endpoint. So in total 4 times that API would have been called, which is not a good approach. So I just implemented debouncing over it. And what debouncing does is once the user stops typing after a particular delay, only then the network call will be initiated. So now to show you what I mean, all I'm going to do is I'm going to write ABC over here, and you're going to see the endpoint being called only once. So I'll type ABC, and you see the endpoint gets called only once, and then it's in the loading state, and this API is a little slow, but once it ends up fetching all the data, you can see all the data gets displayed over here. So it did not call the API for each of these letters. It just called the API once I stopped typing. So I'm also going to show you how to debounce this search input by reducing the number of network calls we make. So this is all you're going to learn in this video. So without any further ado, let's get started. Alright, so over here you can see this basic setup created. I just used npx create react app and I deleted some of the files that are unnecessary, and I just have this app.css and this app.js file. And all the logic is going to go within this app file, since this is not going to be too much of a huge code and we are only focused at writing the code in a clean and understandable manner. We don't need to create components and all over here, since I'm going to try to code it in the best way possible, considering that this has been an interview. So we're not going to create different components. We're going to do everything in this file itself, and it's going to work along fine. So first of all, to get started, let's just add the input field first. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to change the name of this app first of all to, let's say, search container, and I prefer this being in small, and after that I'll just go ahead and add the input. Alright, now the input will have a type of text, and then after that I can just add an on change, and this on change will take an event, and we will call a function handle change. This will also take an event. This will take this event from here, from the callback, and let's just create this function handle change, and the function is created. Now I'll add the logic for the handle change. That's going to be pretty simple. For all that, first of all, I'm just going to import React from here. I'm going to say import React from React, and I'm going to get the use state. Alright, now I'll create a state. I'll just name it query and then set query, and this will be initialized with an empty string. Now all we need to do is handle change is going to take an event e coming up from here, and then I'll just set that the value within that target coming from the event within this set query. I'll just say e.target.value. I'll save this. Now if I just console.log query, you'll be able to see the query getting added to query state. So if I just go to my browser and I open the console, then here you can see as I type, I'll say ABC, you can see ABC gets added to the query. Alright, so we have that. So now our query includes the value that we are searching for. So when we finally call the API, we can send this query to it. So for that, let's call the API, and to do that we will call it within the use effect. So let's import use effect. Alright, and then right under here I can write use effect. Alright, and this use effect is going to be called when the query changes. Every time the query changes, we want to call the API. So all I'm going to do first of all is I'll make another state. I'm going to copy this, paste it here, and I'm going to call this loading. I'll set it to loading. Alright, and within the use effect, what I'll do first is set the loading to true. And this needs to be initialized, the loading needs to be initialized with false. So when we call the API, the loading state becomes true. So we will be calling the API within this use effect. So the moment we enter this use effect, whenever the query changes, the set loading needs to become true, because obviously the loading needs to be in true state. And after that, what I'll do is I'll make a function. I'll call it get search items. Right, this will be an async function, and then I will just make this a function, and at the end I'll call it right over here. Now within this async function, we are going to call the API, we are going to await the response, and then we are going to add it to our state. Now we need to add whatever data that comes from the API to a state, so that we can map it down within this return in the end. Right, so for that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to make another state, and I'm going to call this data set data. This will be use state, and this will be an empty array. So within this get search items, I'm going to call the API by using Axios. Now for that, first of all, we need Axios to be installed. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to say npm I Axios right over here. This is going to install Axios, and then we are just going to import it. Alright, so Axios has been installed, and all I'm going to do is I'm going to import Axios over here. Import Axios from Axios. Now this is going to help us call the API. You could also not use Axios if you want. You could just use the normal fetch that's provided by JavaScript, but I'm going to use Axios in this case. So all I'm going to do over here is I'm going to say let's call this shows. Whatever data the API returns, I'll just add it to this variable named shows. Okay, because this API is actually getting the list of shows, the list of TV shows, and this API is going to be paginated. So what that means is, for to do infinite scrolling, you need to make sure that the API you're calling is paginated, because the API requires a query and a page number. So whenever we hit the end, whenever we scroll down to the end of the page, we increment the page number. So we call page 2 to the API along with the query, and the API will send us the next set of data, which is nothing but the page 2 for that particular query. So that's why you need to use a paginated API. So I have found a paginated API and I've got it from Open Library. And to show you how it works, I'm just going to write over here first, await axios.get. Now within this get, I'm just going to paste the API. I'm going to add this curly string and I'm going to paste this API. And then this API takes 2 parameters. Then this API takes 2 params. You can read in the documentation of Open Library search.json. It requires 2 params. One is the query and the second is the page. So now this API, as per the documentation, takes 2 parameters. If you want to use the pagination, it requires 2 parameters. One is the title and the other is the page number. So for that, what I can do is, I'm first of all going to write over here, I'm going to make another state page. I'm going to say set page, and this is going to be a use state, and it's going to be initialized with 1 in the beginning. All right, so what I'm going to do next is, in this API, all I'm going to say is, I'm going to write a question mark, and the first parameter is title. So I'm going to say title equals to where the $sign. I'm going to send the query, right? Because whatever we search, that is the title, right? That's the title we are looking for from this API. And then after that, I'm going to say and I'm going to add the next parameter, the next params basically, which is page, and this is going to be equal to the page number or the page state that we created here. All right, so this is going to make sure that whatever query I add over here and the page, it gets appended along with this API, and then the API searches based on these parameters. So since we're awaiting over here, once Axios returns the response from this API, what's going to happen is we can do set loading false, because once the result has returned, we are not loading anymore, so we are setting it false, and then we are setting the data over here. Now it's important to remember that this API can sometimes return multiple titles which having the same name, and we don't want that. In this case, we just want all titles to be unique. So what I'll do is I'll add the result, whatever shows returns, I'll add it within a set, because the set will always make sure that it always has unique values. All right, so I'm just going to say if there's any previous item, I'll just say priv, and then all I'll do is this will be a callback. Within that callback, I will return an array, and within this array, I will spread out a new set. Now within this new set, I'll initialize the values in the following manner. I'll just spread out all the previous values, and then after this, all I'm going to say is I'm going to spread out, sorry, my bad again, I'm going to spread out shows dot data dot docs, and then I'm going to map through the docs that's returned by the API, and then for each show, I'm just going to return the title, the show dot title. All right. Now, how do I know that this is going to be shows dot data dot docs? Because if I just console log the shows over here, you'll see what I mean. I'll console log shows, go to my browser, and then over here you can see within shows there's something called data. If I expand data, then within that data we get all the docs, and within this docs we are going to have all the elements for whatever search term we search for. Just to show you an example, I'm going to write ABC, and now you can see the data coming on, and if I expand this data, you can see the number found is this much, and the docs is populated with 100 items, right? You can see 100 items. That's why I did shows.data.docs.map, and whatever previous value we had in this data, in this set data, in this data variable, basically we are also spreading it along that. So the set data will have a new array which will have all the previous data plus all the new data. Whenever we scroll down, if there's more data coming through, then it will have previous data that came from the previous page numbers plus the new data, and it will only include the title, and we're adding it all within a set so that the values stay unique. And also one more thing to note is over here, this start in the API, it just indicates the page number kind of. I mean, you don't need to focus on this, but this start just means that when the start is 0, that means we are in page number 1. And then if I go to page number 2, then it's going to give the next set of 100 documents, and this start is going to become 100 in that case. It's going to be the starting of the index of the current number of documents that we are seeing. So if start is 0, it means it's the first set of 100 documents starting from 0. But then when we go to page number 2, this start is going to become 100, and this docs will have 100 items. And when this start is 100, it means we are in page 2. Don't worry, you'll get clearer with this later on, but you don't need to go deep into this because we just need to pass the subsequent page numbers over here. So we are not quite bothered with what start says. Alright, so I'm going to remove this console log. And now since our data has all the data, what I can do is I can just map through that data over here and start displaying the items. I'll also remove this query. And before we proceed, I just realized when I expanded this API, I realized these are not shows, but these are books. So just to avoid confusion, what I can do is I can just books over here, and I can replace this shows with books, and I can put book over here, and this can also be book. This is just to avoid confusion for you guys. So these are books. Anyway, we are just appending into the data. So we can just go down here and we can finally map through the items in the data. So I can say data dot map for each book, and then we're going to also access the index. And for now, I'll just return a div. All right, and this should be returned, and this div will include book, because anyway the data just includes the title. So if so the item book is going to just be the title. And then over here I can also give it a class name. I'm going to say class name of, let's say, search title. All right, and now after doing this, what I can do is I can also give of index, that we don't get that warning basically that each child should have a unique key. And also one more thing we need to do is I need to create another use effect over here, this, and I need to make sure that whenever query is changed, so whenever the query changes, we need to set the data to an empty array, because new data is going to come along every time the query changes, right? So we don't need that old query's data. Now another thing to ensure is this query, along with this query, we also need to pass page over here, because whenever query or the page changes, then we need to call this API, because we are using both of them over here within this use effect. So now before we check if we are getting the data items or not, I'll just add the stylings first of all. So first I need to add the styling for search container and search title as well. I'll be centering everything out. Let me also get search title, and over here styles for that. So for the search container, we just need to center everything out. So I'm just going to say display flex direction of column, and then I'm going to give justify content of, let's say, center, and an align items of center as well. And for the search title, we want to have a little bit of space between all the titles, so we'll just add a font size of 18px and a padding to give that space. Padding 10px top and down, and right and left should be 0. So now I'll just save this. I'll go to my browser. Now I'll just type T, and then so things are going to load. The API is going to be called. You can see the API gets called over here. The payload T is being passed to the page 1. This API is a little slow, so it takes some time to send the data. So now you can see the data is received, and we are getting the values in a very weird fashion. So it shouldn't be individual letters like this. If I go to the preview, you can see in the docs, and if I open the title, you can see that where's the title? The title's over here. You can see we are getting the entire title in the data, but we are not displaying it in the right way. You can see I'm getting it can't happen here as the first data, but it seems like over here in the way we are mapping it letter wise. It cant can't happen here, and so on. It's just happening in a very weird way. And I realize the reason for this is because we haven't set this in the right way. So in a set, to be able to initialize these values, we need to pass this within an array. That is how the set takes values. So that was wrong on my part. You need to initialize it like this. If you initialize it like this, then this is how the set takes values. This is the syntax of how set takes default values. Alright, then once we add this within the set will ensure that all the titles are unique. Then we are taking all those values from the set and we are spreading it into this array, and we are returning this array in the end within the set data. Alright, so if I save this and I go to my browser, and now you can see all the titles are available properly. This is exactly what we wanted. Now our next task is, when I take the scroll bar and I hit to the bottom of the screen, when I hit at the bottom of the page, we want that the page should be incremented and the API should be called again. So how do we ensure that whenever the scroll bar hits to the bottom of the page, the API is called again? How do we track that? How do we track the fact that the scroll bar has reached the bottom of the page? Now for that, you need to be aware of something called the intersection observer in JavaScript. So JavaScript provides us something called the intersection observer that helps us observe or track any node element. And based on that, we can check if a certain node or element is visible, or basically if it's intersecting, then we can perform an action. So in this case, what we can do is we can try to observe the last element of the data. So the data includes all these elements. What I can do is I can make the intersection observer observe the last element, which is this. And once we scroll and reach the last element or the last node, only then we want the intersection observer to perform an action, and that action will be nothing but incrementing the page. Because once the page gets incremented, this use effect will be called again, because we have set page as a dependency, and then the API will again be called and the data will be populated all over again with the new data along with the previous values as well. That is what we need to do. We need to make use of the intersection observer. Now for that, all I'm going to do is something like this. I am first of all going to get use ref, and then right over here I'm going to say const server equals to use ref. Now we are using use ref over here and setting it to the observer because whenever the state changes, whenever the query or something changes, the page number or anything, whenever the loading state changes and so on, React re-renders the component again. But whenever the component re-renders, we don't want the observer state to be lost. If I set this to a state, the observer state will also re-render, and that's a problem. So if I just set the observer to a use ref, even if the state updates, the observer will always persist its data. So if I observe the last element of the data, even if the state changes, the observer will not change and it will keep observing the last element of the data. Alright, so now all we need to do is say something over here like last element. Alright, and within this last element, this is going to be a function, and we need to initialize the intersection observer over here. Now, how do we get the last element? So for that, we need to attach this last element to the ref of that last element of the data. So over here, when we are mapping through the data, how do we check that if it's the last element or not? So for that, what I can do is I can do something like this and write if data.length equals to the index plus 1, then that means we will return the last element. And for that, I'm going to help you understand what I mean. Else, we are going to just simply add this statement over there. Else is going to include this. Alright, so now these two are pretty much the same, but this is going to be the last element. If data.length is equal to the index plus 1, which means if it's the last element, then what we need to do for just the last element, we need to attach a ref and we need to attach it to the last element variable that we created up there. Alright, and for all the other elements, it's just going to be normally returned, but for the last element, we are going to attach a ref and we're going to include the last element variable that we created over here. Alright, this is a function. This is going to perform something, and within this function we are going to use the observer to observe the last element. Alright, so what happens is when I attach last element over here, then as you can see over here, this last element is taking an argument of node. So when I attach the ref to the last element, this ref automatically gives this last element an argument of that node it is attached to. And since we are only doing this for the last element, so this ref is always going to send the last element as the argument to this function. Alright, so this node is always going to denote the last element. Now what we can do within this is, you kind of need to know how intersection observer works, but you'll get a brief idea over here as well. So what I can do first is, I'm going to say if it's loading, then I simply just want to return. If you're fetching new data and it's loading, then we don't care about it at all. We don't need to observe anything because the last element is still loading. It hasn't come out yet. The next thing we're going to do is if observer dot current. So to access the value of a variable which is declared as useRef, you need to use .current. So this .current will give us the value that's within the observer. That's how useRef works. If observer.current, so if we are observing anything, then we just want to select observer.current and we want to disconnect from it. So if there's already an observer, then we disconnect from it. We disconnect because we want to observe the new node which has been loaded up recently. That's why we are checking that if loading is true, we just return, but if loading is false, then whatever we were observing before, which was the previous last node, we don't want to observe that anymore. So we are just disconnecting, and for the new set of data that has come up, we want to observe the last element of that node. So I'm going to say over here, observer.current will become equal to new intersection observer. Within this observer, there are going to be entries. So this entries is going to denote all of the things that we are observing. So whatever we are observing, this intersection observer will give us a callback, and within that callback there's an argument entries. So whatever we observe, this entries is going to contain all of those things that we are observing. In this case, we are just observing one element, which is the last element. And also it's important to note that this entries is always going to be an array of nodes, an array of all the things that you're observing. Right, but since we will always have only one element in the entries, in this case, since we're always only observing the last element, so this entries will only have one element. And therefore what we can do is we can just simply say if entries of 0 dot is intersecting, then we can say set page, and we'll check whatever the previous page was, and then what we can do is we can do previous plus 1. So whenever we intersect, so whenever we reach to the bottom, or whenever we reach towards the element which we are observing, which is the last element, then the page will be incremented. Now you might ask, where are we adding the code to observe something? So that's going to be added over here. I'm going to say if a node exists, right? So this node we are getting from here, as if you remembered, I said this last element will have a node attached to it, and since we are only doing it for the last element, like for the last node, this ref will always attach that last node as an argument to this last element. So we are saying if node exists, then all I'm doing is observer.current.observe, and I'm going to observe that node. Alright, so this is the syntax for intersection observer. You should know how this works. You can also quickly just check it in the docs. It's pretty self-explanatory. So we are going to observe the last node if a node exists, and then once the new data gets loaded up, it's going to observe the last node, and then once we reach the bottom, the intersection observer is going to get called on its own because we are already observing that node. Basically, once we reach to that element, which is the last element, the observer is going to get triggered automatically, and it's going to execute everything that's written within this intersection observer code. Alright, so this is something an observer does on its own. Once we reach that element, this code is going to be executed, and since we reach that element, so that means that element does exist, right? And if you remember, I said the entries is going to contain all the elements that we are observing. So when we reach the end, the entries is always going to be including that last node, but just that when we reach the end, the is intersecting property that's present is going to become true, and then the page number is going to be increased on its own. If you're still confused, to help you out, what I can do is I'll just console log entries over here, and then you will understand what this is intersecting is. Basically, this intersection observer will include the entries or whatever we are observing, and each of those entries will have a set of properties. Those set of properties will be added by the intersection observer itself, and one of those properties is intersecting, and is intersecting is always going to be false until we reach that node. Once we reach that node, this is automatically going to become true. And to just show you what I mean, I'll go to my browser, I'll refresh this, I'll type TT, I'll wait for the results to come up, and then you see the results come up. Now I'm going to go to my console. Now since the results came up, so there is a last element. When there is a last element, this entries is already going to start observing that last element because we have that ref attached to it. So once the application re-renders, the ref is going to check for the last element again, and it's going to see, alright, there's a last element present now. And since we are only always observing one element, which is the last element, this entries is going to only include one element, and you can see this intersection observer adds all these properties to it, to the entry. And one of those properties is intersecting. And initially it's false because we haven't reached that stage yet. But once we reach that node, this is intersecting property is going to become true. So just to show you what I mean, since we are already observing this this element to the last node. Once I scroll down right to the bottom, you can see is intersecting. This gets called again, and for that same element you can see the is intersecting is true now. You can see it was false, but once we reached to it, its property became true. Alright, so that's pretty important to understand. This is how the intersection observer works. For now, you just need to know the is intersection property. You don't need to know the other properties for this tutorial, but I highly recommend that you do understand what these other properties do as well. If you want to know what they do, just mention it down in the comment section and I'll make a whole separate video explaining all of these properties one by one. Alright, and if you did notice, once we went to the bottom, the page number also got incremented and new data also got loaded. So we're pretty much almost done with everything. You can see new data got loaded, and if I go to the bottom again, you're gonna see, just wait for some time and new data is going to come up. You can see the scroll bar went up and new data got loaded. But now there's a few things we need to do. Whenever I type any query over here, it doesn't say loading, and that's not good design. We need to add loading over here. So what I'm going to do for that is I'm going to go down here, and right underneath this I'm simply going to say div and then loading closed, and then if loading, then we'll just display a text loading. Alright, that's all. Now if I refresh this and I add anything ABC, then you can see it says loading first, and then once everything's loaded, this loading will go away and the data will appear. You can see the loading went and the data appeared. Same thing's gonna happen when I go to the bottom. You can see loading gets called again. We're going to wait, and then the data started coming back again and the loading also went away. So that helps in making the UI better. The next thing we need to do is we need to add a property. We need to add another state basically, and we are going to name it has more. Right, has more, and this is initially going to be false. So this has more is just simply going to check if the API returns more data or not, or if the API has more data or not. So all we have to do over here is I'm going to go down here to the use effect, and within this set loading, I'm just going to set has more. I'm going to say books dot data dot docs dot length greater than 0. So if there is more data, then has more is going to be true, otherwise it's just going to be false. And why are we doing this? I'll show you in a bit. I'm going to take this has more and I'm going to add it as another condition over here. Alright, I'm adding and has more. So we want to increment the page only if we have more data and if it's intersecting. So if we are scrolling down to the bottom, intersecting becomes true, and it's also going to say if we have more data. If you have more data, only then we are going to increment the page. Because once you keep on incrementing the page and you reach the last page, then after that the is intersecting is always going to become true if you scroll to the bottom, but the has more is going to prevent us from incrementing the page number again, and that just won't call the API over and over again. So this has more is going to help us prevent that. Now we are mostly done with everything. I'll just remove this console log. Now the last thing we need to do is we need to add debouncing to this search system that we have made. Now how to do that? That's going to be pretty easy. For debouncing, all I need to do is, let's say I'll just add a global variable over here. I'll name it timer. Alright, and I'll take this timer, I'll go to my handle change. So this timer is just going to be equal to a set timeout. Within that set timeout, we just need to add a delay. Now that delay is going to indicate that after how long, that after what interval from when the user starts typing to when he or she stops typing, should the query be updated. Because once the query gets updated, we again call the API, right? So we need to ensure what time delay do we want, that once the user has stopped typing, then only after that we should call the API. So that's the reason why we need this timer. That's going to help us debounce everything. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say timer equals to set timeout. Alright, and then all I'm going to do over here is I'm going to set the query. I'm going to take this from here, remove it from here, add it here. I'm going to set query, and then I'm also going to set the page to 1, because whenever we change the query, because whenever we are adding a new query, we basically want the API to show us the data for that starting from page number 1. So whenever the query changes, so whenever the input in the search box changes, we also want to set the page to 1. Alright, now we also need to ensure that every time we come to this handle change, check if timer exists, and if it does, then we just need to clear that timeout. clear timeout, and we're going to clear the timer. Alright, so this will ensure that our search gets debounced, because what's going to happen is every time you type something, so let's say, and before I explain you what this does, I forgot that we also need to add the delay over here. You can add this delay whatever you want. I'm going to add it as 1 second. So what this does is whenever I start typing first, right? So suppose I typed A, right? So it goes to the handle change, right? We are typing A over here in the input, it calls the handle change, but then it's going to see if timer exists or not. Timer, for the first case, it's going to be null. There's going to be nothing, right? Because we haven't initialized it with anything. Then after that, timer is going to be set to a set timeout, and it's going to wait for 1 second. Only after that 1 second gets over, it's going to go within the set timeout and it's going to update these states. But if I type ABC quickly, like within 1 second itself, if I keep typing ABC, then what's going to happen? So whenever I type B before that 1 second is over, it's again going to go to the handle change. It's going to say if timer is present. And yes, timer is attached to that previous set timeout. For A, the previous set timeout that was assigned when we had typed A, the timer is going to be attached to that already. So when I type B, it's going to see that yes, timer already exists. So what we are going to do is we are going to clear that timeout. So that timer which was attached for A is going to be cleared out. So that set timeout for A won't be executed anymore. And then that B will be set to a new set timeout, which will again have a duration of 1000 milliseconds. Now before that 1000 milliseconds gets over, if I type C again, then again it's going to remove the timer for B and it's going to attach a new timer for C. As you can see, the timer keeps getting removed if I keep typing new queries before 1 second ends, and that's going to stop the set timeout from being run at all until we have actually stopped typing for more than 1 second. So if I write C, C removes the timer for B, it clears the timer for B. After 1000 milliseconds, nothing is going to run for B, and then C is going to be attached to a new set timeout, which is again going to wait for 1000 milliseconds. And this time if I stop typing, then after 1000 milliseconds, or basically after a second, it's going to set the query, and the query is always going to be ABC because the e.target.value will always include whatever we have typed within the input box. So it's directly going to query for ABC, and the set page is going to become 1. So that's the specialty of this. After I've typed C and I stopped, the set query will be updated to ABC directly, and once the query changes, this use effect will be called, and it's going to call this API again. So ultimately we are only going to be calling the API for the query of ABC and not A, B and C individually. And that is the power of debouncing over here. It's pretty simple and it helps a lot. It optimizes your performance, and in the long run it can also save your company some money because it just makes everything cost efficient since you're not hitting the API endpoint multiple times. Just to test this out, I'm going to go to my browser, I'm going to save everything, and then I'll open my network. And then over here, I'm going to type ABC. And you can see it's only calling this search once. It did not call it 3 times like it was doing so before. It just called it once. And then it loads all the data. And then once I go right till the bottom, the loading is going to be called again, because that's happening due to the infinite scrolling. And then it's going to wait for the new data to come through from the API. Once that does happen, it loads more data. We can scroll down again and again, and once we reach the bottom again, it's again going to load on its own because it just incremented the page number. You can see the page became 3, and then it brought up more new data, and we can see more data come up. So the infinite scrolling works fine, the debouncing also works fine, and we have also implemented the search functionality in the proper manner. Just to again show you that debouncing is working fine, I'm gonna go to my code, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to set this to how it was before. So I'm just going to comment this out, and if you remember correctly, previously we just had this. Now you'll see what happens if I keep it like that. If I write ABC, you can see the API getting hit thrice for each of these letters. Now that is not a good approach, right? But if I just remove this, and if I uncomment the debouncing code, I save it and I go to my browser, then this time you will see what happens. I write ABC. It calls the API endpoint only once after we have stopped typing. And that is exactly what we wanted, and that also perfectly optimizes our search input. So this is all about the video. You learned how to create a search system. You also learned how to implement infinite scrolling to it. And lastly, you also learned how to optimize it by using debouncing on it. And all of this was done using React, and these concepts are going to help you a lot down the road as well. So this is all for the video. If you enjoyed it, then don't forget to like and subscribe, and as usual, stay tuned for more. In this video, I'll show you how to build this beautiful typewriter effect in React.js. As you can see, when I click on start generating, the typewriter effect comes into play and the text starts generating itself one by one. You can provide whatever dummy text and style it however you want as per your preference, but this tutorial will show you exactly how to build the logic behind this feature. Now the styling behind this is very simple, and so I won't walk you through it. I have attached the link to the source code in the description below. You can get these styles from there. So without any further ado, let's get started. First, I'll create a folder named TextGenerate within the src folder. The TextGenerate folder will contain 3 files which are index.js, sampletext.js, and styles.module.css. The index.js file will contain all the important logic and it will be a functional component named TextGenerate. The sampletext.js will export a variable named dummyText that will contain the text we want to apply the typewriter effect on. And the styles.module.css file will contain all the styles. You can get all the styles from the link to the source code present in the description section. Now in the app.js file, I will import TextGenerate and place it in the return statement of the functional component in order to render it. Now finally, I can start writing the logic for the TextGenerate component within the index.js file. Firstly, I will import everything that's necessary, which are some React hooks, the styles.module.css file, and the dummy text from sampletext file. Now in the return statement of the functional component, I will add 2 divs within the parent div. The first div will contain 2 buttons with an on-click function named handleGenerate and handleReset respectively. Don't worry, I'll soon create these functions. And the second div will contain the text. But until we haven't clicked on start generating button, the text in the div should say click start generating to see the effect. So for that, I will first create a state up here named text, which will be initialized as an empty string. And within the second div, I will add this simple ternary operator condition that says if the text is empty, then display click start generating to see the effect, otherwise display the text itself. After that, I'll create the 2 button handler functions named handleGenerate and handleReset. Now before I write the logic for these functions, I will first declare a variable named timer. Now I declare timer because in the handleGenerate function, the timer will be equal to a set interval, which will make sure the text displayed on the screen gets updated and written out one by one after a certain time period. And this timer variable will contain a reference to that set interval, which will allow us to clear the interval later on. So in the handleGenerate function, I will first declare a variable I initialized as -1, and then I will attach a timer to a set interval with a timer of 20 milliseconds. Remember, set interval calls itself on a loop after every time interval we have set until we clear the time interval. Now within the set interval, I will get incremented first. And then if I becomes equal to the dummy text.length -1, then it means the text has been rendered and I can clear the interval. And if I is not equal to dummy text.length -1, then I'll simply update the state text by using set text and adding previous characters in text to the current character, which is present in dummy text of I. This should be enough to generate the text with the typewriter effect. So if I click on start generating, you can see the typewriter effect in action. However, there's a small issue here. After the text generation is complete and I click on start generate again, the same text starts to generate again after the old text. But we shouldn't be generating the text again if it has already been generated. So we need to make sure the text doesn't generate again upon clicking start generate if it has already been generated. So for that, I will create another state named started and initialize it as false. Now within the handleGenerate function at the beginning, I will write a condition that if started is true, then we will simply return from the function. This will prevent regeneration of the text. And if started is false, then we can set the started state as true. Now moving on to the handleReset function, here I'll simply set the text state as an empty string. I will clear the interval and I'll also set the started state as false so that upon clicking start generating button, we are able to generate the text again. And lastly, I'll add a use effect, and within its cleanup function, I will clear the interval. This will make sure that whenever the component unmounts, the interval is cleared if it hasn't been cleared already. So that's all for this project. You can see if I click on start generating, the text starts to generate, and once it's complete, if I click on start generating again, it won't generate because we already have a generated text. But if I click on reset, then the text resets itself, and clicking start generating again will generate the text again, and so on. So this is all for the video. If you found it insightful, then don't forget to like and subscribe, and as usual, stay tuned for more. In this project, I'm going to show you how to build an e-commerce cart system using React.js. So first I'll give you the demo of the project. So here on the left hand side, you can see I have the products list section, and on the right hand side, I have the cart section. So on the products list section over here, you can see I have the individual products put up over here. All right. Now for each product, we have a product image, the product name, the product price, and the option to add the product to our cart. All right. So let's say I click on add to cart over here. So you see the moment I clicked on add to cart, this product here got added to the cart over here. And because I added this product to the cart, this add to cart button here becomes disabled, meaning that I cannot add this product again to the cart because it's already present in the cart. So in that case, if the user wanted to increase the quantity of the same product that they wanted to purchase, then they could just simply go over here in the cart and click on the plus icon over here. If they click on the plus icon, then you can see the number here, or the quantity, becomes 2, and the price also doubles up. Alright, it was 549, so 549 into 2 is 1098. Similarly, I can increase it as many times as I want, and the price will also keep increasing accordingly as per the quantity of the product being purchased. Alright, and at the same time, we can also decrement this, basically decrement the quantity. So you can see as the quantity gets decremented, the price also lowers down according to the quantity. And after that, we can also remove a particular product from the cart. So let's say I click on remove here. And you see that gets removed and we get the message cart is empty. So I can add as many products I want. You see here, I can add different products and it keeps getting added over here in the cart. And I can increase the quantity of the products. Alright, I can decrement them as well. And one more thing that I need to show you is, let's say if the quantity is 1, in that case, if I decrement, then I want this product to be removed from the cart. So if I click on decrement now, considering that the quantity is 1, if I click on decrement, then that product gets removed from the cart itself. Alright, which makes sense. So all of this is what we are going to build in this project, and I'm going to use the use reducer hook in React.js to very efficiently manage the state for our different requirements. And so you're going to learn a lot of good practices by building this project. So without any further ado, let's get started. Alright, so over here you can see on the left hand side I have my code editor opened up, and on the right hand side I have the browser opened up. So whatever I code over here is going to be rendered on the browser here at the right hand side. Alright, so I have initialized this project using Vite, and this is a basic React project wherein right now you can see we are in the app.jsx file, which is within the src folder, and we only have 3 files present over here, which is the app.css, app.jsx, and the main.jsx. Alright, so just know that in this project we are going to be more centered toward the logic and coding part, and we'll not be so much oriented towards the styling part, because all we care about is actually building that e-commerce cart system by following the good practices in React. Alright, so this is going to be more focused on the logic and the main coding part. Alright, so first what we need to do is, if you remember, over here on the left hand side we had the products list page, and on the right hand side we had the cart. So we need 2 sections, one for the products and one for the cart. Alright, so let's go ahead and do that. What I'll do here first is, in the src, I'll create a folder named product, and similarly I'll create another folder named cart. Alright, and then within the product, of course, I'll have a file named index.js. Similarly, within the cart, I'll also have an index.js file here as well. Alright, now with that done, let me just go to my product index.jsx. I'll collapse this file explorer and let me just initialize this component. I'll write RAFCE and press enter, and I'll name this product, of course. Alright, and I can remove this from here. So by pressing RAFCE, we get to generate an arrow function because of the ES7 React snippets extension. You can install that in the VS Code extensions page over here. Alright, so after this, we need to do the same thing for the cart index.js page as well. So here I'll write RAFCE and I'll name this as cart. Alright, let's remove this from here. Now with that done, let's go to the app.jsx file, and here let's actually start by importing both the product and cart components. Alright, so within this div, I will first write product, and this will auto import the product component. Alright, you can see it over here. And similarly, I'll import the cart as well, the cart component, and that's been imported over here as well. Alright, so the left hand side is going to be for the product, and the right hand side is going to be for the cart. Then over here in the div, I'll give this a class name of nothing but PC container. PC over here refers to product cart, and hyphen is container. Alright, and upon saving this, seems like I'm getting an error over here because Vite expects that our index.js over here, it needs to have the .jsx extension. So I'll just quickly update that over here. JSX, and this will also be JSX. Alright, if I save this and I refresh, alright, so on refreshing you can see we get our product and cart over here. So in the app.jsx you can see our product and cart components are imported here, so we get product and cart here. And if you weren't able to see this after refresh, you can just go to your development server and you can restart it just in case. Alright, so now I'll just quickly go to my app.css, and here you can see I already have some styles placed over here for the body, which has a font family, background color, and a color of white to keep the text white in color. And I've also imported a font over here from the Google Fonts website. Alright, so you can add whatever font you wish to add over here. So in here I just want to do one more thing, which is I want to select the PC container class, and to this I just want to give this a display of flex and a width of 100%. Alright, now with that done, after giving this a display of flex, they are placed in a row like fashion. Now I just need to make sure that the product takes around 70 to 80% of the space and the remaining is taken by the cart. Alright, so let's go to the app.jsx, and first let's start by retrieving all the products. To do that, I'm going to use the products API from the dummy JSON website. Alright, so what I'll do first is over here I'll write use effect, and then I'll give this a dependency array which will be empty. So on component mount, I want to call that dummy JSON API and retrieve all the products from that API. Alright, so here I'll first create a function named get products. This is going to be an async function because it will call an API. It will be an arrow function, and I'll call this function right over here within the use effect itself. And then within this function, I'll write const res equals await axios.get, and I'll put in the dummy API, the dummyjson.com/products. Alright, and now one more thing, if you notice, I actually haven't imported Axios. Let's quickly go ahead and do that. So I'll quickly open my terminal, and right over here, I'll write npm I axios. Alright, then let's wait for it to get installed. Alright, so this has been installed, and I'll cut this, and I'll just write axios again, and it will auto import it here on top. Alright, now with that done, let's just check if you're getting the products or not. So here I'll simply write console.log res. Alright, if I refresh, then I open my console, and over here you can see we get our product itself, and it's present in the data. So it's an object, and within the object it's present in the data object. Right here we have limit, skip, total, and the products property, within which we have all the products. Alright, so now our job is to display this on the screen. So I'll cut this first. Now to display this on the screen, if you remember, I said we will be using use reducer to manage the state of the application. So what I'll do is I'll first create a reducer. Basically I'll first initialize the use reducer. So right over here I'll write const, and this will be use reducer, and the use reducer hook takes a reducer function and an initial state. Alright, don't worry, we will create both of these soon. This is nothing but a function that is going to update the initial state. The initial state is what we are going to provide, and the reducer function, the job of the reducer function is to update the initial state based on whatever actions we perform, such as add to cart, increment or decrement the number of products, or remove the products, and so on. The reducer always updates the initial state, or basically it maintains the current state, or basically it updates whatever the current state is. Alright, and after that the use reducer returns us nothing but the updated state and a dispatch action. Alright, so first I'll just quickly create the initial state right over here. So I'll write let initial state. This will be an object, and within this object there will be two properties. First is the products, which will be an empty array, and second is going to be the cart, which will also be an empty array. Alright, and then right under here I'll write const reducer. I'll create the reducer function, which is going to be an arrow function, and the reducer over here automatically takes in the state and the action. So the reducer present within the use reducer, it automatically takes the state and the action as its parameters. Alright, so then the next part is I need to make sure that whatever products I'm retrieving from this API call, I want to add it in our products array over here in the initial state. So to do that, what I'll do first is I'll remove this console log, and then here after getting all the products I'll write dispatch. Right, so this dispatch over here, because this is going to help us update the state based on the payload that we send on the dispatch. as well as the type of data that we are trying to update. So you'll understand as I write the code. Over here in the dispatch, I'll actually send a data wherein the type will be nothing but add product, and the payload is going to be res.data.products. Alright, simple. Then in the reducer over here, I can actually create a switch statement, and the switch statement will go through the cases based on the action.type. Alright, so we are receiving the action in the reducer itself because the use reducer sends the state and action by default, and the action over here is going to be passed from the dispatch. So in the dispatch, this part which I'm sending, this entire object part, this is nothing but the action over here. Alright, so what I can do over here is, based on action type, I want to utilize the switch statement, so I can create different cases, right, in a switch statement. So for the case of add product, what I can do is, I need to update this product state in the initial state with nothing but this payload that we're getting over here, this payload from the API. So for the case of add product, I can simply return an object wherein I'll first spread the state. This state is nothing but the current state that we have. Right now the current state is the initial state itself. So when I spread in the state within the object, we get nothing but the products and cart. And after spreading in the state, I want to specifically update this state by updating the products. So I'll first spread in the state values and then I will update the products. So I'll select the products, and to this I'll write action.payload. Alright, pretty simple. So the action.payload is nothing but this payload over here, the res.data.products. Alright, now this is going to make sure that in the switch statement, if you remember, I said the reducer updates the current state. The reducer updates the state returned by the use reducer. So the reducer's work is to always update the state. So here in the return, it's returning nothing but the new updated state based on the type that we have specified. So now the initial state will get updated from this part to nothing but this over here, wherein the cart will be empty, but the products will be populated with the list of products. And just to show you that, what I'll do is I'll copy this state, and I'll just, let's say, console log it over here, console.log state, and I'll paste the state. Now if I inspect, you'll notice something. In the console, you can see we get the state, and in the state over here, we have the products. Alright, you can see we have all the products. That means we actually have the products in our state now. Alright, so now what we can do is, I'll just remove this from here. Now we can actually populate the products over here. Let's first actually populate the products. So what I'll do is, over here in the products component, I'll send this a few props. So first will be products. This is going to be nothing but state.products, because if you remember, in the state we had the products property. Alright, so for now we can just send this prop, and then what I'll do is I'll go to my product index.jsx. Alright, so here first of all I will destructure the products prop, and then I'll remove this from over here, and here I'll add curly braces. Then here I'll map through the products, so products.map. Then for each product I actually want to perform some logic. So here I'll return nothing but a DOM element, so I'll write div. This div will represent the individual product. Over here I'll give this div nothing but a class name of product wrapper. Alright, then the product is first going to have an image, so an image tag. This will have a width of nothing but 100%, then a height of 300, and then an src of nothing but product.thumbnail, and lastly an alt attribute which will be empty. Alright, so now with that, just with that, you can see we get all our individual product images. Alright, so in the API, the .thumbnail property of a particular object contains the image. Right, so we have already rendered the image. Now let's render the details of the products. So I'll create another div. This will have a class name of nothing but product details. Then within this I'll create a div. This div will have nothing but product.title, and you can see the title gets rendered here. Similarly, paste this here, and this will be product.price. Alright, we can see the price here as well. Now after that I'll create another div which is going to be for the action button, which is nothing but add to cart. So here I'll create button, and then within this I'll write add to cart. Alright, you can see it over here. Then to this button over here I'll give this a class name of nothing but add product. Alright, so let's just keep it like this for now. And also one more thing is over here to the main parent div, I need to give this a class name of product container. Alright, now with that done, let's actually go ahead and style the products page. Let's add the styling for all of these classes. So here I'll actually create another file named product.css, and here I'll just add a few styles. But before I do that, let me first import it over here. So this will be import product.css. Alright, then let's go to product.css. Then here we first collapse that. First I'll select the product container, and then to this I'll give it a width of 80%. Alright, so the products section will be 80% and the cart will be 20%. So this is going to be 80%. Then a display of grid, and then a grid template columns, and we want 3 columns. So 3, and each of them will be 1 fractional unit. Alright, there you go. We can see you have this grid structure over here. So if I reduce the size of this, you can see the images are over here. And then I'll actually select the product wrapper class, and to this I'll give it a margin of 10px. Remember, you can style things even in a much better way, but we are more focused towards the use reducer hook and on adding the logic in a good way, so I'm not that concerned with the styles. You can update this however you want. So and after this I'll select the product details. Here I'll write display of flex, then justify content of space between. Alright, and then a padding of 5px top and bottom and 15px left and right. Now with that done, I'll select the add product button, so that class over here. Then I'll give this nothing but a border of 1px solid black, and then a border radius of 5px, then a padding of 5px, then a background color of light green, then width of fit content, then margin of 5px, and then a cursor of pointer. Alright, now you can see that our styles for the button has also been added. Now we can see all the products have their respective stylings. Alright, and now with the products actually being visible, let's go ahead and add the add to cart functionality. And then once the product gets added to the cart, let's try to display the list of products in the cart section over here. So I'll actually go to my app.jsx. Alright, now in the app.jsx, I want to add the add to cart functionality, so that when I click on add to cart for a particular product, it should get added to this cart array. Alright, and we know that the add to cart button is there within the product component, but I'll create that function over here and pass it down as a prop to the product component. Alright, and I'll create that add to cart function over here because here we are able to access the state and all that. So to just keep everything in one place, I'll create the function for add to cart over here. So first I can write const add to cart. This will be an arrow function. Alright, and then to this add to cart, I want to be able to send the product that I'm clicking on to this add to cart as an argument. So this add to cart needs to receive the product that we are trying to add as an argument. And to successfully do that, I'll first pass this add to cart as a prop to our products component, to our product component, and then I'll go to my product component. Then here I will destructure the add to cart function, and then I will pass that add to cart function to this button over here on click. So I'll write on click, and on click I will call the add to cart function, and to this add to cart I will pass nothing but the product over here that we're mapping through, basically the product that we click on or the product that we are trying to add to the cart. So this product over here, I will pass it as an argument right over here. Alright, now with that done, I will go back to my app.jsx, and here on clicking the add to cart I should be receiving that particular product. Alright, so the next thing would be to take this product and store it in our state. Alright, basically in our cart state. To do that, I need to pass it to the reducer, and we know just how we did it over here. To store anything in the state, by using the use reducer hook, we have to invoke the dispatch. Alright, so I'll again copy this, paste it here. Then on dispatch, I'll send a type and a payload. So over here, for adding the product to the cart, of course, the type will be nothing but add to cart. Alright, and the payload will be nothing but the product that we receive from the parameter. Alright, and then let's copy this type, go up to our reducer, and then here I'll actually create the next switch statement, basically the next case. Alright, so case add to cart, and in this case what I can do is first I'll initialize a variable named product, which is going to be equal to nothing but the action.payload, alright, which is nothing but this product itself, which is the product that we're trying to add. Alright, so after that what we need to do is we need to add a quantity property to our product, so we can write product.quantity. Doing this will automatically add the quantity property to our product. Even if it doesn't exist, it will add it, and to that we'll give it a value of 1, because the moment I add a product to the cart, its quantity should become 1, right? And then if we increment or decrement, it should increase or decrease accordingly. But the moment I add a product to the cart, its quantity should become 1. Then next I will add another property to this, which is the total price. So product.totalPrice equals nothing but the product.price. Alright, so the first time I add the product to the cart, since the quantity is 1, so the total price is going to be nothing but the actual price of the product. Alright, but if we increment, then it will be nothing but the price multiplied with the quantity. Then I'll create a variable, let updated cart. This is going to be nothing but an array. This will actually contain the latest state of the cart. So that's going to be nothing but, first I'll destructure everything that's already there in the cart. So state.cart, and then I will add in the product. Alright, so if the cart already had any pre-existing items, first destructure all of that, and then add your new product. Alright, the one that you're trying to add. And then since the reducer updates our current state, so we have to return an object because our initial state is an object, and then here we will destructure everything that's there in the state and the property that I want to update, which is the cart, and to the cart I will set the updated cart. Alright, so when add to cart action type is invoked, we are going to return a new state which will have the products as it is, and the cart will have the updated cart, which will include the new item or the new product I'm trying to add to the cart. Alright, now with that done, we can actually check if the product has been added to the cart or not. To do that, let's just say I'll console.log nothing but the state itself over here, because we just updated the state, right, with the cart. So let's say I'll open my console, inspect, and then console. Let's empty all of this up. And then let's say I click on add to cart. Alright, then on add to cart we get this state, and you can see the cart has also been populated, which includes the product which we actually tried to add, which is the iPhone 9. Alright, so this means our add to cart works perfectly fine. Now all we need to do is we need to display it over here. We need to display whatever that's there in the cart state right over here in the cart section. So I'll remove this console log from here. Then to the cart component, I'll actually pass a prop named cart, and this will contain nothing but the state.cart. Alright, then I'll go to my cart component, so right over here, and then here I'm going to first destructure the cart prop, which is going to contain the items added in the cart, and then over here first I'll give this parent div a class name of nothing but cart container. Alright, then I will remove this from here, and I'll give this an h2 tag, and within this I'll write cart. Alright, then after that I'll add curly braces, and I'll add a check where if cart.length is equal to 0, then we can simply display a message saying the cart is empty. Alright, so you can see it over here. Now next, after this, I'll again add the curly braces, and here I will map through the cart. So cart.map, for each item I will return an element, return, and then within this I'll first create a div. This will have a class name of cart wrapper. Alright, then within the div I'll first add the image of the product, so img. This will have a width of 100%, then an src of item.thumbnail, and an alt property which will be empty. Alright, so just to be able to view this image, let me click on add to cart, and there you go. You can see the image of the product that I tried to add. It's been added over here. Now let's add all the other properties or all the other elements. So next we need to add the cart info. This will have a class name of cart info, and then here create a div which will have nothing but item.title. Alright, and then I'll create another div. This will have a class name of write, because this will be the write section over here, which will contain the increment, decrement buttons, the quantity, and the price. Alright, so within this, I'll create another div. This div will have the increment button to increment the quantity, and this will have a class name of cart action. Alright, then let's say I'll just copy this div, paste this 2 more times, then this will be decrement, and this will be something else. So I'll add curly braces, I'll remove this class name from over here, and here I'll write item.quantity. Alright, you can see plus the quantity and decrement. And then right at the end, copy this again, paste this here, and I'll remove this class name. Alright, and instead of minus, this will have nothing but item.total price. Alright, there you go. Alright, then after completing the card info, we can actually add the remove button. So I'll create a button. This will have a class name of remove product. Then over here, I'll write remove. Alright, so this remove button over here to remove this particular product from the cart. Now with that done, let's first style all these classes. So for that, over here in the cart, I will create another file named cart.css. Alright, then right over here in the index.js of the cart, what I'll do is I'll first import the cart.css. So import nothing but /cart.css. Alright, let's go back there. And here I'll first select the cart container. This will have a width of 20%. Alright, then a display of flex direction of column, and align items of center. Alright, then I'll select the cart wrapper class. This will have a width of 70% and then a padding of 10px. Alright, so that should be it for cart wrapper. Then I'll select cart info, and over here I'll give this a display of flex. Basically I want to add this part and this part over here in a row like fashion. So display of flex, then justify content space between, and then width of 100%. Alright, after that I'll select the write class, which is for this part over here. Then to this I'll give it a display of flex, then a justify content of center, and then align items of center. Alright, then after that I'll select the cart action class. This will have a border of 1px solid black. So this is nothing but for the increment and decrement buttons. We reduce the size a bit. Alright, then a border radius of 5px, then a padding of 0px top and bottom, 5px left and right, then a background color of light green, and then a text align of center, then a font size of 12px, then a height of fit content, then a margin of 0 top and bottom and 5px left and right, and then a cursor of pointer and a color of black. Alright, so this looks fine now. And then I'll select the remove product class, which is this button over here, and to this I'm going to give it a border 1px solid, and then the color of black, and then a border radius of 5px, then a padding of 5px, then background color of light coral, width fit content, then a margin of 5px, and a font size of 12px, and then lastly a cursor of pointer as well. Right, so this looks fine now as well. Alright, so with that we are done with the styling for the cart section. Now after that, let's add the remaining functionalities for the increment, decrement, and remove button. So I'll first go to my app.jsx, then let's expand this a bit. Then over here I'll create another function named remove product. This will also be an arrow function, right? And this remove product will also receive the product as an argument, right? And we need this so that we can know which product we want to delete. And to receive that product, I'll pass that in the cart over here, right? Remove product. And then I'll go to the cart index.jsx, and over here I'll destructure the remove product function. And then over here in the button for the remove product, I'll write on click, and here I will simply invoke the remove product, and I will pass in nothing but the item over here, which is the particular cart item that I'm trying to remove over here to the remove product as an argument. Alright, then after this I'll go back to my app.jsx, and over here in the remove product, as you guessed, I need to dispatch again. Basically I need to dispatch the product with a type and then remove that product in the reducer over here. So the same thing as add to cart. So I'll paste this over here, and instead of add to cart I will call this remove from cart. Alright, and then the payload will remain product as well. Alright, then let's copy this, and I'll go up to my reducer. Then here I'll actually create another case for the remove from cart, and then here this will have a very simple logic. I'll straightforward return nothing but first everything that's already there in the state, and then the item from the cart that I'm trying to delete. So cart and then state.cart.filter. Then for each item I will check item.id not equal to action.payload.id. Alright, so basically when I loop through all the items in the cart, if the item.id is not equal to the action.payload.id, then just remove that from our cart. So this means it will filter out and return all the other elements which did not satisfy this condition to nothing but the cart array of our state. Alright, so it will filter out the product that we are trying to delete from the cart. And in the action.payload, we know that we are receiving the product, so which is nothing but this one over here, the product, and we are checking on that product or the payload's ID with the item.id, and based on that we remove that particular product. Right, pretty simple. And this is the updated state returned from the remove from cart. Alright, so now let's just test this out. So let's say I click on remove, and there you go, you see the product got removed and we got cart is empty again. Let's say I try to add again, this got added. If I remove, that gets removed as well. Alright, so our remove from cart also works perfectly fine. Now let's add the logic for increase quantity, basically increasing the quantity of the product. I'll just copy this, paste it here. I'll name this increase quantity. Alright, and this will receive nothing but the item or the product whose quantity we are trying to increase, and the type over here will be nothing but increase quantity. Alright, and the payload is going to be nothing but the item, should be small item. Alright, and then we'll copy this increase quantity and I'll pass it right over here to the cart component, and then I will go to my cart index.jsx, then I'll destructure that function out, the increase quantity, and then I'll go right over here to the plus icon. Over here I'll write on click, then I will invoke the increase quantity and I'll pass the item over here, basically the item we are trying to increase the quantity of. Alright, and then we can actually move back to our app.jsx just like that. Then here I'll just copy this, I'll go up to my reducer. Over here I will actually create another case. This will be increase quantity, and then over here I'll perform some logic. So the first thing I need to do is I need to retrieve that product whose quantity I'm trying to increase from the cart array state. Alright, because I should not be directly mutating the state, right? We should not directly mutate the cart state over here within the initial state. So first I'll take out the index based on the payload, based on the action.payload, which is nothing but the item itself or the product itself. So I need to make sure that I extract the item from the cart, and we can do that by utilizing the item's ID, right? Similar to how we did it over here, we checked action.payload.id. We will utilize this to find the index of the product or the item whose quantity I'm trying to increase from the cart array. So from the cart array, I want to first extract that product out or the item out whose quantity I want to increase. I'll write index equals state.cart.find index, and then I'm looking for that particular product. So here, if product.id is equal to action.payload.id. Alright, so whenever we loop through the entire cart, when the product.id is equal to the action.payload.id, then that is exactly the product whose quantity we are trying to increase, right? So we retrieve the index of that, and then what I'll do is I'll write let item equals state.cart of item. Alright, so now I have that particular item retrieved from the cart state itself. Now with that done, I'll simply return nothing but the updated state, which is going to be nothing but first I will spread the values of the state as it is. So I'll spread all of this, or whatever the current state value is going to be. And then since I want to update the cart, so cart, and in the cart, we know that the cart is an array. So I'll create an array. And first over here, I will destructure nothing but state.cart.slice from 0 to index. So when I do this, it means in the cart, I'm first destructuring all the elements from the position 0 till the position right before our index. So let's say we have 5 items in the cart, and the product whose quantity I'm trying to increase is the third item. So when we do this, we are spreading the items in the cart starting from position 0 till the second position. When we write index like this in slice, it extracts the position right before the index. So from 0 to 2, considering the index is 3. Alright, so if we had 5 elements in the cart, this will extract from 0 to 2. It will spread all that in the cart array, and we are doing this because basically after that, for the third item, I want to be able to create a new object over here. This is the item whose quantity we are trying to increase, right? So this one over here, first I will spread all the properties of the item, and then since we want to update the quantity, I'll write quantity and then item.quantity plus 1. And then if we are increasing the quantity, we should also be increasing the total price. The total price will be nothing but, let me copy this part, item.quantity plus 1 multiplied by the item.price. Alright, so this will be nothing but the cart whose quantity I'm trying to increase. So every time we increase its quantity, we should also update its total price, which is going to be nothing but the latest quantity or the number of times we have added it into the price. Alright, and then here, if you remember, we first added all the items before the item we are trying to update in the cart array. Then we updated the particular cart item we were trying to update. And then after this, we need to spread in the rest of the elements in the cart. So if you remember, as I said, if there were 5 items in the cart, this will first spread from 0 to 2. Then we modify the third one, considering we wanted to modify the third one. So we modify the third one. Then of course, we need to spread the fourth and the fifth element as well, right? Right after modifying the third one, then over here I'll spread the last 2 items as well, considering if there were 5 items. So state.cart.slice nothing but index plus 1. So when we write index plus 1, so 3 plus 1 would be 4, considering if there were 5 elements. So when we only pass in one argument over here like this, then it makes sure that it slices all the elements from that index till the end. Alright, so this will extract out element number 4 and 5 both, considering that we had 5 elements in the cart. Alright, so this will be the updated state when we try to increase the quantity. And we are doing it like this because we do not want to mutate the state at all. We do not want to do something like this, like state.cart, and then to the state.cart itself, we start adding some, values, for example, a new object or something like that. So we should not do it like this, because in this case, we will be mutating the cart object directly, which can cause some issues. So we should update our state like this. In this case, it's not mutating any part of the cart state, and it's keeping everything segregated. Alright, so now let's just check if our increased quantity works. So if I add to cart, and I go over here to the right side, and I click on plus, oops, seems like we got an error. Let me just quickly inspect. Console, seems like at line number 35, cannot access item before initialization. Alright, sorry, this should be state.cart of index, not item, my bad. Alright, now if I add to cart, and then let's say I try to increment, there you go, you see, our quantity became 2, and our price became 1098. It doubled down, basically 549 into 2. Then if I increment this again, the price increases and the quantity also increases. Alright, so that works perfectly fine as well. Now we need to do the exact same thing for the decreased quantity as well, just that we need to put -1 over here for the quantity. Alright, so let's do that as well. First over here, I'll copy this function, paste it here, and I'll name this decrease quantity. And here I'll set the type as decrease quantity. Then I'll take this, pass it over here as a prop, the cart component. Then I'll copy this, I'll go to my cart index.js, JSX, and then over here I'll destructure the decrease quantity. Then similar to how we did it for the increase quantity, here for the decrement, I will write on click, and I will invoke the decrease quantity function. And to this as well, I'll be passing the item. Alright, Now with that done, let's go back to our app.jsx. Then over here in the reducer, I will do the exact same thing for the decrease quantity as well, just that the quantity should change. So copy this, I'll paste this here, I'll name this as decrease quantity, and instead of quantity +1, this should be -1, and for the total price also this should be -1, and then I'll save it. Alright, and now let's say I try to decrement. There you go, you see the quantity decremented and the price also rearranged itself. So since 2 items, so 549 into 2 is 1098. Similarly, if I go one more step back, this becomes 549. Alright, so our decrease quantity feature also works fine. Alright, so now with that done, there's actually one more small thing we need to add in the decrease quantity over here. So if you notice, when the quantity is 1 and I click on minus, then it goes down to 0. Well, that should not happen. What should happen is, if the quantity is 1 and if I click on minus, then we want that particular product to get removed from the cart itself. That would be a better user experience, right? So let's go ahead and do that. Refresh this, and then over here in the decrease quantity, I'll just add a simple check where if state.cart of index.quantity, if that quantity is already 1, so this means when I click on decrement, if the quantity is already 1, then it means it's going to go to 0, right? So before it goes to 0, we can return an updated state over here. We can directly return instead of going here. We can directly return over here. And here we can actually simply put the remove logic over here. So I'll copy this part. Alright, I'll come down here and I'll paste it right over here. Alright, and let's just make sure that we change the name of this because we already have item declared over here. So to not get things mixed up, let's just name this cart item. Alright, because of that, this will become cart item, and we can keep this action.payload.id, or we can also simply write this as item.id. Alright, because the item is nothing but that particular product we extracted from the cart state itself, right? So item.id would also point to that same ID, same as action.payload.id, right? Because that is the one we are trying to extract anyway. And also, since this part and this part are the same, why not just add the variable over here, item.quantity, right? So basically, if the quantity is already 1, then we are directly returning from here. We are returning the new state where we spread in all the values of the state, and then we just update the cart wherein we remove that particular cart item, right? The one that we are trying to decrement. And that's what happens when the quantity is already 1. So let's just test this out. If I add to cart, and now you see that the quantity is 1. So if I click on decrement, it should get removed. So if I click on decrement, it gets removed. Alright, so that part also works fine. Now one last thing we need to do is, so you can see when I add to cart, you see this doesn't get disabled. So we are again able to click on this and it gets added twice, which doesn't seem right. So we need to make sure that if I add a particular item to the cart, then we should not be able to add that particular item to the cart again, because we can only increment or decrement its quantity. We don't want it to be added again as a whole over here. Alright, so to fix that, it's pretty simple. We need to disable this, right? So I will go down here to my product, and onto the product, I will actually pass a prop named cart, and to this I'll pass the state.cart, because we can just compare that the product that I'm trying to add, if it's already there in the cart or not. If it's there, then just disable the button. Alright, that's why I'm passing the cart state to the product. So then I can go to my product index.jsx. Here I'll destructure the cart, and then I will go right over here to add to cart. Then I'll utilize the disabled property of the button. Then here I'll write cart.sum. Then for each item in the cart, I will compare if the item.id is equal to the product.id. Alright, so the product that I clicked, if that ID is equal to the item.id in the cart, then it means the product I clicked does exist in the cart. In that case, simply set the disable to true, because the sum is going to return true if this condition ends up matching. Alright, so if this condition matches, the sum will return true. So automatically, once I click on this, the state update happens, right? The reducer state updates, it adds an item to the cart, and when the component re-renders, it's going to map through the products again, and when it reaches the disabled property of that particular product, it's going to see that it's already there in the cart, then it's going to disable it all by itself. Alright, let's just test that out. If I refresh, alright, and then let's say I add this to the cart, and then after adding it, you can see the button here has been disabled and I cannot add it to the cart again. Alright, so that also works perfectly fine. Alright, so now with this, we are almost done with the project. There's just one very minor thing that I forgot to add. Well, if I go over here to our switch statement, so you know in our switch statement, we should always have a default case. That's exactly what we forgot to add. So over here at the end of the switch statement, I'll just add a default state, which will do nothing but return the state itself. Alright, it will return nothing but the current state itself. Alright, so in case by any chance if none of these actions trigger, then we can simply just return the current state itself. Alright, and with this, let me actually just expand this screen over here. Alright, so now with this, I think we are done with this project. Let's just test this out once. If I refresh, and let's say I add to cart, I add this to cart as well, I add this to cart as well, and I add this to cart as well. You can see the add part is working fine. And let's say I want to increase the quantity of this iPhone 9. This is getting increased, and as it gets increased, its pricing also increases. Same with this. This also works fine. Same with this, and same with this. Alright, now let's say I try to remove a product from the cart. So if I click on remove over here, this gets removed. If I try to remove this, this also gets removed. Alright, and if you notice, since these two are added in the cart, then if you check the add to cart button for these two items, they have been disabled, so I cannot add them to the cart again. Alright, now if I decrement, you can see the quantity decreases and the price also adjusts accordingly. Same with this over here. Then let's say I'll just remove this, and then let's say I decrement this one more time, and now since the quantity is 1, if I decrement, this should get removed from here and the add to cart button should become open again, or should not remain disabled again. So if I click on decrement or decrease quantity, you see it gets removed because the quantity was 1. We get the cart is empty message, and the add to cart button is visible all over again, so it's not disabled anymore. Alright, so this means our project works completely fine. So with that, that's all for this project, and I hope you found it insightful. In this video, I'm going to solve a very interesting front-end question that's been asked during many machine coding round interviews. So without any further ado, let's get on with it. Now before we start implementing the solution of the question, I'm going to show you what the problem statement is. So over here you can see 7 boxes. So this is kind of like a 3x3 matrix, but except that these 2 boxes are missing. So now there are 2 major requirements of this task. The first task is when you click on a box, its color should change to green. And the second task is once you have clicked on all the boxes and changed their colors, the colors should revert back to their default colors based on the order in which they were clicked on. So what I mean by that is I'm going to start clicking this box first, then this box, then this, and this one, this, and now once I am done clicking this last box, you'll see what happens. I click on this, and you can see these boxes one by one start going back to their default colors in the order they were clicked in. So consider if I start clicking this box first, then this box next, and this box, this, and so on. So now they will again start reverting back to the default color based on the order we initially clicked them on. So this is the problem statement. This was asked during the front-end machine coding rounds of many big companies. And honestly, solving this question would also enhance your JavaScript concepts a lot. And I'm going to solve this question in React because the company also asked to solve this question in React itself. Without any further ado, let's get ahead and start building this. So I have this, my local setup set over here, and you can see this page is empty. And over here I have my final build. And I'll just go back to my code editor. Here I have this very basic setup of React. I just used npx create react app and I deleted some of the files that is not required. We have this app.js file over here, and within this app.js file itself, I'm going to write everything. It's not going to be a huge chunk of code that we need to create it into different components or create different files or so, because the interviewer would just like to see how much of a clean code we write and how can we solve this without making too much of a hassle. So now to start off with this problem statement, my first requirement would be to start rendering these boxes out. So as you can see over here, this is like a 3x3 matrix which is missing these 2 boxes. So what we can do is we can basically have an array of arrays, we can loop through it, and for each of those elements we can render a box except for these 2 positions. So let's go ahead and render these boxes out first. So in my return statement over here, what I'm going to do first of all is I'm going to put this curly braces, and within this I'm going to say get boxes. Alright, so I'm going to call a function get boxes, which is going to create those boxes over here. And let's write that function. I'm going to say function get boxes, and now we'll just put our logic within this. So to render these boxes, what we can do is something like this. I'll just write here const boxes. This boxes will contain each of those boxes. What I'll do is I'll first make an array. I'll call it, say, 0, 1, 2, and then I will map through this array. Let's just say this is I, and then I will return. This is just simple map syntax, and then after return I will loop through another array. That's pretty obvious, right? Because we are trying to follow that matrix structure. So I'll also be looping through this map, and then let's call this item as j. Right, so I is going to be individually these 0, 1, 2, and j is going to be these 0, 1, 2. So for the first iteration it's going to be 0, I is going to be 0, and while j loops through 0, 1, 2, and that's going to render the first 3 boxes, and then so on. For 1 it's again going to render through loop through 0, 1, 2, and for 2 it's going to do the same thing. Alright, so after the second return, all I'm going to do first of all is I'm going to write a condition, and in this condition I need to make sure that I render the boxes for each and every traversal except these 2 boxes. So what can I do for that? All I have to do is I can say something like this. I can say if not of I equals to 1 and j greater than 0, then in that case I want to start rendering all the boxes. So what does this mean? Why did I do this? So basically we are just saying that if I is equal to 1 and j anytime goes greater than 0, so basically it means, so I is the row, right, in a matrix, which is, let's say, I into j matrix or n into n matrix, whatever, the first one is always the row. So I is always the row. So this is the 0th row, this is the first row. So in the first row, which means I equals to 1, if I equals to 1 and j is greater than 0, j is the number of columns. So this is the 0th column, and from here onwards we start with the first column. So if I is equal to 1 and j is greater than 0, so when j is equal to 0 we will render this box, but once j becomes greater than 0 and when we are in the first row, which is I equals to 1, then we won't return all these boxes. That's what we are saying here. If I equals to 1 and j is greater than 0, and we're putting this not over here because when this condition is not met, we want to render all the boxes, and when this condition is met, then it will become true. So it's going to go to the else statement, and in the else statement we'll just return those 2 empty boxes. All right, pretty simple. So over here all I'm going to do is I'm going to say return, and then within return I'm going to make a div over here, and then to this div I'm going to give a class name of box. Alright, it's as simple as that. Now since we are returning over here in this if statement, every time this condition is right, we return a box. So we just return from this entire return over here, and then we go to the next part of our loop. So what we can do is instead of else, we can just directly say over here return, and we'll return an empty box. Alright, we'll just return an empty div. And this div will not have the class name of box because we want it to be empty. So now let's go ahead and give the stylings for the box class name so that we can see it getting rendered. And also one more thing to notice is the end of this get boxes function, since it's being called over here, we need to make sure we return these boxes as well. So all I'm going to say return boxes. Sorry, this should be boxes. So we know that map returns an array, so these boxes will contain each of those divs which are being returned after being traversed through these arrays. So this code is pretty simple, right? It's pretty self-explanatory. And so now just to be able to render these boxes, so what I'll do is I'll just take this individual box class name and I'll add the styling for this in my app.css. Now over here you already see this styling present. This was just to center out the entire box in the middle of the page. Now let's go ahead and add the style for the box. So I realized before I add the style for the box, there's one important thing we forgot to do. Like over here where we are returning all the boxes by calling the get boxes function, we need to wrap this within a div, and this div is going to have a class name of something like box container or so, and I'll tell you why we are doing that. I'll just give this class name of box container. Alright, and now once I give the style to these individual box, like I just add the border color of black and so on, and I render out those boxes, we still need to make sure that we render out in the matrix manner, like in the 3x3 matrix manner. So to do that, we'll use CSS grids. Now to be able to apply those grid styles in those individual boxes, we need to add display grid in the parent container. So that's why I wrapped this get boxes within this box container. So first of all, what I'll do is I'll just go to box container, and over here I'll just add something like display, let's say grid, and then I'll say grid template columns, and I'll say repeat, and we want to repeat it 3 times with 1 fractional unit. And then after this we can also give it a gap of 5px. Alright, so that's the reason why I wrapped this box container, because these individual boxes, they have to be aligned in a way where it shows up like a grid. And because we need to give display grid in the container itself to be able to render it out for all those boxes, that's why I gave this box container. So now let's style the individual boxes. I'll just say border 1px solid, and let's make it black. Alright, and then let's say I'll also give it a little bit of padding of 10px, and I'll give it a height of, let's say, 50px, and a width of 50px as well. Alright, so that should be it. I'll just save this. I'll save my app.js file as well, and I'll go to my current build, and there you go. You can see the boxes have been rendered out just fine. So now if I click on each of these boxes, nothing's gonna happen, but the boxes are rendered out exactly like how it's supposed to be rendered out in our final build. Now mark my words, I've zoomed into this screen, so if you're following this code, you might get to see these boxes being small like this. But since you can increase the height and width if you want. For now, I'm just going to keep it zoomed in like this. So now let's go ahead and add the next functionality, which is when I click on each of these boxes, it should change its color to green. Now always keep in mind that during machine code round interviews, you should not just start thinking about the bigger picture right from the start. Start small, start to make points based on how you can approach this task, and if you can't find the entire picture of how you can build this, just start implementing those individual things one by one, and it might just hit you how to solve the entire thing gradually. So that's why I'm not thinking about what to do in the end. I'm just thinking about the next task, which is nothing but to add the green color every time I click on each of these boxes. So now let's go ahead and do that. So now to do that, the thing that makes sense is in this div of box which we have, we need to give this an onClick event. Now this onClick will call a function, and we can call that function something like change color. Now in this change color, I'm going to pass 2 parameters, which is nothing but the I and j. Now why am I passing this I and j? That is because when I click on a box, I want to compare through this I and j whether or not I'm selecting that particular box itself. So this will help me figure out which box I'm clicking on. I know I could just send e over here directly and then pass that e to this function and directly change the color by using e.style.background and so on, but that's not the React way of doing things. So I'm going to avoid using vanilla JavaScript code over here. So now let's go ahead and add this function over here. Let's say const change color, then it's going to be an arrow function. Now let's go ahead and add the code for this. So now to proceed ahead, there is one thing we need to think about importantly. Now this is one of the most important part about this task. So what we need to do is, whenever I click on a box, we need to remember the order in which we clicked in. We need to also see if its clicked state has been set to true, because based on that, if its clicked state is true, then we change its color. And we are also obviously tracking its position, which is nothing but I and j. So this means basically for each of those boxes that we have, we need to maintain a state which tracks the order it has been clicked in, its position, and its click state, whether it's true or false. So once we set that up, only then we can start changing its color. So to do that, what I'm going to do over here is I'm going to import useState. I'm going to say import. First of all, I'm going to say React from React, and then I'm going to import useState. Now after that, all I'm going to do is I'm going to go over here and I'm going to initialize my state. So I'm just going to say const, let's name it box state, set box state equals to useState. And this is going to be nothing but an array of objects. Now just to give you a brief explanation of what I'm trying to do here, So basically this is going to be an array of objects, because as I said, for each of these boxes, for each of the boxes that we have rendered out, like these div, each of these boxes we have rendered out, we need to store its state. And what I mean by store its state is we need to store its position, which is what is I and j for that particular box, so that we can get its position. And then we also need to store a property of is clicked, whether that box has been clicked or not. And lastly, we also need to store another property named order, which is going to store the order in which that box has been clicked. So to help you understand what I mean is, this array of objects should look like something like this. Like the first object should have I of 0 and then j of 0, and should have a is clicked. And this is clicked is obviously going to be initialized with false, and then this order is going to be initialized with null, because initially we haven't clicked anything, right? Now this is only for the first box, but we need to do this for all the boxes. Now it's obviously a strenuous task to write all these manually. Like the next object has to be something like, I'm just going to copy this. The next object would be like j of 1, I is obviously going to be 0, j of 1, and then false and null again. Now obviously we won't write these for each of those boxes. So instead what I'm going to do is, I'm going to make use of the getBoxes function, where we are looping through these loops and creating these boxes. So I'm going to do something to shorten this code by a lot. I'm going to remove this manual task. I'm going to call getBoxes over here, and within this I'll just pass a parameter and I'll call it initial. So this will just be a string named initial. So now this getBoxes will take an argument of, let's say, type, and now all I need to do is, whenever the type is initial, only for those cases we will render out an object having its ij properties and is clicked and order set to false and null respectively. Alright, now when we are rendering it over here, it's going to not have that argument, so it's not going to create those objects. So what I mean by this is, over here after this if statement we are creating all the boxes, right? So what I'm going to do is, after this if statement, I'm going to say if type equals to initial. That means we are just trying to initialize things. And for that, all I'm going to do is, we need to store an array of objects over here, right, in the use state. So what I can do is, I can, within this getBoxes, I can create a variable named boxes data equals to an empty array, and then I can just simply say over here boxes data dot push, and of course we need to return this as well, because whenever the type is initial and this loop starts to work, we want to push those individual objects into this boxes data and keep returning, because we don't want to execute this line whenever we are trying to initialize these boxes, right? So what I'm going to do, I'm going to do boxes data of push, and I'm going to store the I value and then the j value, and then an is clicked of false, and then an order of null. Now this made things so much more simpler. Instead of manually writing all those cases, I'm just returning this box data from this getBoxes function whenever the case is initial. So now it's going to return an array of objects having I, j, is clicked, and order for each of the boxes itself. And this is the same as writing I of I. That's why I'm just writing this I over here. Now after all this is done, in the end I just need to return this boxes data. So what I'm going to do over here is, I'm going to say if type is equal to initial, then for that initial case, this one, I'm not going to return the boxes, but instead I'm going to return the boxes data. Alright, simple as that. So this boxes data is going to be returned over here, and this box state is going to be equal to the boxes data. Now just to see if that's working, what I'm going to do is, within this change color function, I'm going to console.log the box state. Alright, so now I'll just save this, and in our browser, let's go ahead and check this out. I'll just open my console, and now when I click on a box, you can see 7 items over here. So 7 items is correct because there are 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 boxes over here. So 7 items where each object is going to map to that individual box. So you can see for I of 0 and j of 0, which is this first box, is clicked is false, order is null. Similarly for 0 1 0 2 and then 1 0, but it doesn't go to 1 1 and 1 2 because it skips these two because of that if statement that we had, and then 2 0 2 1 and 2 2 for these three boxes. So instead of manually writing each of these objects within the use state, we just utilize the getBoxes function to basically initialize those values. So this reusability is also going to make the code look much cleaner. So now that we have the state for each of those boxes, things are going to become pretty simpler. So what I'm going to do first is, now let's focus on changing the color of that box. This state that we received now is going to help us change the color of the box. So what I'm going to do over here is change color receives I and j as the value, right? So whenever we click on a box, its respective I and j position is going to be sent to change color. Now what we need to do is, since we are receiving the I and j of the box, of the individual box itself, so whenever we click on a box, we need to make sure we loop through this box state, and for that respective I and j position, we need to change its is clicked to true. Pretty simple, right? And then over here in this, we are just going to use the style attribute, and then we are going to change the background color if the particular box for the I and j position has its is clicked set to true. Now to show you what I mean, we need to do something like this. I'm going to say let temp equals to box state, and then I'm just going to say const selected box equals to I'm going to say temp dot find item equals to, we need to return that particular object where item or dot I equals to the I and item dot j equals to j. All right, so when we do that, we will get the particular object for the box that has been selected. And to show you what I mean by that, I'll just do console log selected box. All right, and okay, let me go to my browser, just remove this, and then when I click on this box, I get the object for that particular box, which is I of 0 and j is 2. If I just clear this out and I click on the first box, I get I of 0 and j of 0. So all I need to do is, I need to change the is clicked state of this particular box, whichever one I click, and then I just need to update that in the box state. So I just need to use set box state and update that object. So all I need to do over here is to remove this. I'm going to say for that particular box, I have that particular box selected through selected box. So I'm just going to say selected box dot is clicked equals to true. And then after this, what I can do is I can also change the order simultaneously. So to do this, what I can do is something like this. I can go up here and I can declare a variable named order and set it to 0. And I just have to do something very simple over here. I can say selected box dot order equals to we'll do plus order. All right, now for that individual box, that selected box is equal to, its is click state is going to become true and its order is going to become 1. So whichever box I select next, because the global value order will already be 1 after the previous click, so whichever box I select next, its order is going to become 2 due to this plus. That's why I've set this global variable order over here. And then lastly, I just need to set box state, and then I need to store that temp variable over here. Now remember, because this selected box is also attached to this object returned by temp, because this is an array, so the selected box is going to be attached to that temp by reference. So whenever we change selected box, the temp value for that is also going to change. That's why in the end, I just need to do set box state of temp. Now just to see if this works or not, what I can do is something like this. Right over here, I can say console.log. What I can do is I can render out the box state. Right, box state. I'll save this. I'll go to my browser, I'll clear all this out, and if I click on one box, then and if I open this up, you can see I clicked on the first box. I'll just expand this. The first box has its is clicked as true, but all the other ones have their is clicked as false. And just to check the order, you can see the order for the first box is 1, but the other ones have null. But if I suppose click the last box, then what's gonna happen? Then I'm going to expand this. You can see the first one has true, as it does because of our first click. Now since I clicked the last one, now you can see over here the last one also has the is clicked of true with an order of 2, because this was clicked second, so it has an order of 2. So in this way we can maintain the order of these objects. And now since we have the I and j position of each of these boxes along with their order and is clicked state, all we need to do in the end is once we have selected all these boxes, we just need to loop through this array of objects, and for each of those boxes, we need to set its color back to the default color based on their order. So now that you saw the box state getting updated and the order and is clicked being changed, the first thing we can do is change the color of the boxes based on the ones which have their is clicked state to true. For that, all I can do is I can go over here and I can say style equals to, I'm just going to do this inline, and I'm going to say background color. And as you guessed over here, we just need to do box state dot let's do box state dot find for each of those items. All I'm going to say right now is item dot I equals to I, and same thing that we did in the change color function, item dot j equals to j. So after this, I'm going to say is clicked. To save this, now all this should be is clicked. Now all this is doing is for that individual box's background color, it's going to loop through the box state, and since box state is a state, it's a use state, so whenever we update it, so this whole thing's gonna re-render out again, right? So when it re-renders, it's going to check in its array of objects that if that box state has the item.i equals to I and item.j equals to j. So whenever we use the find statement and we loop through each of those items, it's going to check the item.i with the current I and j that we are looping through. So if its is clicked is true, that means we can perform a certain action. So what this means is if this returns true, I can say change it to green, otherwise let's just keep it empty. Or we can just also simply say something like this. We can say this and green. Alright, so I hope you understood this code. You need to know how find works. So in the box state, we are finding through each of those, we are looping through each of those elements, and for each of those items, so within this box state we have this array of objects. So item is going to refer to each of those objects within the array of objects. It's going to compare its I and j with the I and j that we are looping through, and whenever it loops through each of them, it's going to check its is clicked state, and only when the is clicked is true, it's going to say green. So the background color is going to become green for that particular box. So if I just save this and I go to my browser, I'm going to just remove this console over here. Now if I click on any box, there you go, you can see its color changes to green. Alright, you can see each of those box color changes to green. To refresh this, now the last thing that we have left is once I am done clicking each of these boxes, after each of these boxes has been clicked, these boxes need to revert back to their default color based on the order they have been clicked on. Now we are already storing the order in the box state itself. So now the thing we need to ensure is we need to loop through that box state, and based on order we need to change it back to default. So to make things easier, what we can do over here is we can simply make this temp variable that we had, which was storing all the values from the box state, and then we were finding that particular box and changing its order and is clicked and then appending back to set box state. What we can do is before we append it to set box state, I can just sort that entire array of objects based on their order property. So I can say over here a comma b, and then all I can do is a dot order is greater than b dot order, and I'll return 1, otherwise -1. Now you need to know how sort performs these operations. Basically, sort also allows us to sort an array of objects based on a particular object property, and in this case we want to sort the array of objects based on the order property. So initially, had I not done this, I'll show you what would have happened. So I'll just comment this out first. And if I open my browser and I open the console, when I click on this, you can see the order 1 changes for the second, for the third element over here, for the third box, like for the second index, third box. If I click anywhere over the first one and then the last one, then you can see, I'll just expand this, go down here, and then you can see that the order of this one is 2, this one is 1, this is 3. Now this is accurate by all means, like this particular box was selected second, so its order is 2. But if we are able to sort this entire array of objects in the end based on its order, then what we can do is we can finally just loop through this array of objects and revert back the individual box's color to its default color. Instead of having to search in the box for the order of 1 and then reverting it, and then for the order of 2 and then reverting it, we can just directly sort this box and then loop through these, and for each of those items we can just remove the background color of green. I hope you're getting what I mean. So I'm just going to, so this is how it initially looked, but if I uncomment this and I save it and I go back to my browser and I refresh, I open my console. Now if I click on any box, you can see I get this box state, and here order is 1 over here. But this seems like it's in the end because all of these are null, but just wait until I click all of these boxes. I click this over here. Now you can see gradually they start getting sorted one by one, 1 2 3 4, and I click this one, 1 2 3 4 5, and so on. And then the last box, it's going to have everything sorted, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7, and you can see the ij values are different. The ij values are completely different because it's storing which box I clicked first, and based on the order we are sorting it all out. Now this is going to help us immensely. Now to show you how it's going to help us, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to my editor and I'm going to write a use effect. I'm going to say use effect, and then I'm going to run this use effect based on this box state. So whenever this box state gets updated, this use effect can run. So over here, all I need to do is something like this. First of all, before I proceed writing this, one important thing to note is I'm going to remove this over here. We need to start removing the colors once we have selected all the boxes. So how are we going to track that part where we have selected all the boxes? To do that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create another global variable over here, and I'm going to name it is all clicked, and I'm going to set it to false by default. And then all I'm going to do within this use effect is something like this. I'm going to say if box state dot sum, and for each of those individual boxes I'm going to say not box dot clicked. Then for that case I want to say is all clicked equals to false. Otherwise I'm going to say is all clicked equals to true. This should be is clicked, not clicked. All right. So what this means is we are going to loop through each of those boxes in the box state, and if any of the boxes have their is clicked state as false, then we are going to return from this sum, because what sum does is whenever this condition returns, whenever this condition matches, it's going to return out from the loop. It's not going to loop through anymore. Whenever it finds any box object having its is clicked value as false, it's going to return from it, and this condition is going to become true, because sum will return true if this condition returns true, and we are checking if box.isClicked is false, right? So if any of those box.isClicked is false, sum is going to end up returning true. So this is going to end up returning true, and for that case we need to have the isClicked equals to false, is all clicked equals to false. And if that's not the case, then that means all of the boxes are true, and the sum is going to return false because this condition did not match, since all the isClicked were true. In that case it's going to go to else, and is all clicked is going to become true. It's pretty simple, right? You need to know how sum works for that. Now lastly, all we need to do is if is all clicked. So if is all clicked, if everything has been clicked, then lastly we just need to remove those colors. So for that we can do box state dot for each, and then I'm going to say item. We're going to access its index property as well, and then I'm going to say return, and we are going to use set timeout. And then over here I'm going to set this timeout as 1000 milliseconds into index plus 1. So for the first box it's going to be 0 plus 1, which is index plus 1, 0 plus 1 into 1000, which is 1 second. Then it's going to be 1 plus 1, which is 2, it's going to be 2 seconds, and so on. So it's going to go 1 2 3 seconds and so on. If I just keep this 1000 and I remove this part, then all of those boxes are together going to revert their colors. That's why we are doing this, so that each box after a second start to lose their color. If you didn't understand what this meant, I'll remove this later and show you what would happen in that case as well. So now within this set timeout, all I want to do is I just want to write temp box, and I'll select all the values of the box state. I just do this so that I can update the set box state that we have, because we should not directly mutate the state, right? So I always store it in a variable first, and then in the end append it to set box state. These are basic React principles you should be aware of. And then what I do is I do temp box. See over here I'm trying to update this variable, so if I directly did it to box state, that could cause certain problems. So what I'm going to do is temp box of index dot is clicked, and I'm going to set it to false. I hope you understand what this means. I'm getting all those boxes, and then since we have it completely sorted based on order, so first one is obviously going to be the order of 1. So for that particular box, which is going to be index of 0, of course, we are setting the isClick to false, and after a second it's going to revert to false. And when isClick becomes false, the whole page is going to re-render again, right? Because we are going to set this within the box state. We are going to set the temp box within the set box state. So when the isClick for the first object having the order of 1 gets set to false, the application is going to re-render. This getBox is going to get called again, and then when it checks over here for the background color, it's going to see for that particular item isClicked as false, so it's not going to set the background color as green. I hope you understood this. It's pretty self-explanatory. Now once I save this over here, I don't think we have anything else to do. Once I save this over here and I go to my browser and I just refresh this, and now let's see, I'll one by one start to click the boxes. Let's say I'll click this box first, this, and so on. Now after I click the last box, it should individually after a second remove each of those colors. Let's see if that happens. There you go. You can see in the perfect right order it starts to remove its colors. Alright, this is exactly what we wanted. So now I'll again try this. I'll select this box first, this, and so on. You can see it starts to get removed in the order it was clicked on. Now, just to show you what would have happened if I did not keep this, just save this and I'll go back to my browser, I'll refresh and I'll start clicking everything back again. Now after I click the last one, you'll see what happens. See, after a second all of them together went away, and that becomes confusing. So just to remove that confusion, we add this so that after a second each of those boxes lose their colors. So now let's just try this one more time. And now you can see after a second each of those boxes revert their colors back one by one. So yeah, this was all for the project. This is a pretty good question and it does test your React ability and whether or not you can use certain JavaScript properties like map, sum, and then your understanding towards set timeout, and then how you mutate the state and so on. This is a pretty good problem statement, and solving this problem definitely helps someone skill up more and more. So this is all for the video, and as you saw, we also tried to optimize this code so much by trying to make it more reusable and keeping it as short as possible. So yeah, that's all for the video. If you're interested to see more such kind of videos, please drop your comment down in the comment section, and I have more videos as such planned. So don't forget to like and subscribe so that you can watch those videos when I roll them out, and also because when you like and subscribe, it does motivate me to create more and more. So that's it for the video. Stay tuned for more. In this video, I'm going to show you how to implement a timer countdown in React.js. Now implementing this is pretty simple, but it's frequently asked during front-end machine code round interviews. And that's because there are many different ways to implement this, but it's pretty important to know the most efficient way to implement something like this. So I'm going to show you the most simple and efficient way to build this so that if you ever stumble upon a question like this during your machine code round interview, then it won't take up too much of your time to implement something like this. So before we get started, I'll just show you a quick demo of the project. As you can see on the screen, I have this timer countdown that's changing every 1 second. Now this one over here represents the number of days, 23 represents the total number of hours, 59 represents the total number of minutes, and this 23 is nothing but the number of seconds. So this is what we are going to build. So without any further ado, let's get right on with it. Now I have this very basic setup created by using npx create react app. So I just deleted a few files that were unnecessary, and in the app.js file, all I'm doing is I'm importing this timer from this timer folder that's present over here within the src. Within the src, I have this timer folder that includes a .index.js file, and I'm importing it to our app.js file. Now in our app.js file, all I'm doing is I'm just rendering out this timer component. So all our main logic is going to go within the index.js file present within the timer folder. And apart from that, in the app.js file, I have a class name of app over here, and I have added a simple style which just centers out everything on the screen. As you can see on the screen now, I have this timer text that's being rendered out and it's centered in the screen. So now I'm going to go to my index.js file and I'm going to start implementing the timer countdown. Now before we do that, the first thing we need to do is the timer that we show in the screen, the entire value of that needs to be passed in the form of milliseconds. And then we are going to break down the number of milliseconds and format it to display it in the days, hours, minutes, and seconds format. Now to do that, all I'm going to do first is I'm going to send the duration prop to this timer component over here. And let's say I want to pass 2 days. So we need to pass this in the form of milliseconds. For that, all we need to do is, since I need to pass 2 days, I'm going to write 2 multiplied by the total number of hours, which is 24, multiplied by 60, which is the total number of minutes, multiplied by 60, which is the total number of seconds, and then this entire thing is going to get multiplied with nothing but 1000 to convert it into milliseconds. So now this entire 2-day duration is being passed to this timer component in the form of milliseconds. So I'm going to go to my index.js file and I'm going to destructure out the duration. And then all I'm going to do is I'm going to code use state and use effect. And before we proceed writing the logic, all I'm going to do first of all is I'm just going to create a variable named time. I'm going to say const time set time. This will be a state and I'm going to initialize it with the duration. Alright, and let's say in the beginning I just render out the time over here. Now what we need to do is when the component mounts, I want to call the use effect, and within this use effect I want to run some logic. Now this use effect is going to have a dependency and we are going to pass time in the empty array over here. So now every time the time changes, this use effect is going to run. Now in the timer countdown, we are changing the time after every second. So we need to make sure that this time is changed every second, and when that happens, this use effect gets run. Now to update this time every second, we need to pass it within a set timeout. So all I'm going to write first of all is I'm going to say set timeout. I'm going to pass the callback, and then after each second this set timeout is going to be called. So what I'm going to do within this set timeout is I'm going to say set time and I'm going to write time minus 1000. So now since I've written time minus 1000, this time is going to be updated, and every time this time state gets updated, this use effect checks that the time is getting updated, so it runs this use effect all over again, and then after each second this set timeout is called and the time is decremented by the value of 1 second. And since the duration is in the form of milliseconds, so we are decreasing the value of the time by 1000 milliseconds, which is nothing but 1 second. So now if I just save this and I go to my browser, you're going to see, and if I refresh, you're going to see it's going to decrement by 1000. But this is not how we want our end output to be. We need to format this entire value so that we can get this number in the form of days, hours, minutes, and seconds. So now to do that, I'm first of all going to remove this time from over here, and I'm going to call a function over here. Let's say get formatted time. Alright, now I'm going to write this function over here first. Let's make it an arrow function. Now in this function, I'm just going to format the time state variable that we have declared. So now within the get formatted time, what I'm going to do first is I'm going to write let total seconds, and then I'm going to say parse int, and I'm going to write math dot floor, and all I'm going to say is I'm going to write time divided by 1000. And remember, the time over here is nothing but in milliseconds. Now just so that you guys don't get confused, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to pass time over here, and I'm going to write this over here as milliseconds. I'm going to copy this and replace it with time so that you guys don't get confused. So this is nothing but the time itself, and what we are doing first is we are trying to take out the total number of seconds. The total number of seconds is nothing but the current time, which is in milliseconds, divided by 1000. So this is going to give us the total seconds in the seconds format. And then I'm going to write total minutes, and I'm going to do almost something similar. I'm going to say parse int math dot floor, and then over here I'm just going to write total seconds divided by 60, because obviously minutes is nothing but the total number of seconds which is present divided by 60. Pretty basic math. And then I'm going to write total hours, going to be nothing but parse int math dot floor, and then I'm going to say total minutes divided by 60 again. So obviously hours is the minutes divided by 60. And then lastly I'm just going to say that days equals to parse int, I'm going to write math dot floor, similar as above, and to get the number of days, it's obviously going to be total hours divided by 24. Now this is going to give us the total number of days. Now lastly, all we need to do is this is going to give us the total number of seconds, minutes, hours, and days. Now the total seconds, minutes, hours, and all is still going to be a pretty huge number. But what we need to do is, once you have mathematically gotten the current total seconds, minutes, hours, and days, all we need to do is we need to convert the seconds, minutes, and hours in a way that they get represented in the timer countdown format. For example, the total seconds need to be represented in a format in a way where it counts down from 60, goes to 59, 58, 57. Once it reaches to 0, it starts back from 59 again. So that's the way we need to render out the seconds. Same goes for the minutes and hours. For hours, we need to do it from 24, 23, and so on. For minutes, we need to do it from 60, 59, and so on. For minutes as well, we need to do it in the form of 59, 58, 57, and so on. So if you notice, there's a pattern that once the 60 seconds starts and it goes down to 0, it repeats and starts from 60 seconds again while the total minutes decrements. So let's say if the total minutes was 59 and the seconds goes down to 0, then after that 1 minute is over, that second starts from 59 again and the minute gets decremented to 58. So once you have the total seconds, minutes, and hours, it becomes pretty easy to get that format, to get that repeating format. So to do that, all I'm going to do is I'm going to say let seconds equals to parse int, and then I'm going to say total seconds, and I'm going to do a modulus operation with nothing but 60. So this means divide the total seconds by 60 and just get the remaining part. So this is going to allow the seconds to always loop through, in the sense that whenever it starts from 60, goes down to 59, 58, and it goes back down to 0, it's again going to start from 60, 59, 58, and so on. So this is going to allow it to loop through that entire 60-second duration over and over again until the time doesn't reach 0. Now we'll do the same for the minutes. We're going to write minutes equals to parse int. I'm going to say total minutes, and then I'm going to do a modulus operation with 60. Alright, then I'm going to do the same for hours. I'm going to say hours equals to parse int, and then I'm going to say total hours, and I'm going to do a modulus operation with 24. So this is going to allow the seconds, minutes, and hours to represent themselves properly in the 60, 60, and 24 format every time the second ends or the minute ends or the hour is changed. And lastly, after we get the proper seconds, minutes, and hours, we just need to return it in a proper formatted way. So I'm just going to say days, add a dollar sign over here, then I'm going to say hours, and then I'm going to say minutes, and then lastly nothing but the number of seconds. Alright, I'm going to save this, and over here we are calling the get formatted time, and we are passing the time itself. We don't need to pass it necessarily, but just so that you guys don't get confused, I just renamed this to milliseconds and passed it over here. So now I'm just going to save this, and this should pretty much work. If I go to my browser and I just refresh my screen, you can see it starts from 2 days and then it counts down. It becomes 1 day and 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 52 seconds. So now this keeps on decrementing, and then once this goes down to 0, it's again gonna start from 59, and this time is going to go down to 58. So that calculation that we performed over here helps us achieve that. Now just to show you that this works, what I can do is over here in the app.js I can also write, let's pass a total of 1 day. I pass 1 day and I save, and I go to my browser and I save it. And you can see this starts from 1 day, then it becomes 0, and we have 23 hours and 59 minutes and 55 seconds pending, and it's going to count down from that. So this is pretty much all we need to do to implement a timer countdown. As you could see, it was pretty simple to implement, and there were just a few mathematical calculations we needed to be aware of. Now this is the most simplest way that I found to implement something like this. If you ever face this question during a machine code round interview, make sure to use this method and quickly implement the solution. So if you enjoyed the video, don't forget to like and subscribe, and I'll be coming out with more such videos regarding machine code round interviews. So if you're interested, stay subscribed and stay tuned for more.
In this video, I'll show you exactly how to build this amazing dynamic navbar that changes its background color based on the color of the section it's scrolling past through using React.js. So as you can see here, the navbar is initially white because the section behind it is white. Now as I scroll through, as soon as the navbar touches the black section, the background color of the navbar also changes to black. Isn't that cool? Now if I keep scrolling, the same thing continues to happen. Every time there's a white section, the navbar turns white, and every time there's a black section, the navbar turns black. This is what we are going to build, and you will learn a lot in the process. So here, you can see I have an app.jsx and styles.css file. We will be working on these two files only. First, I'll start by importing the styles.css file. Then within the app component, I'll first create the HTML layout, which is the navbar and 5 content divs. So within this app div, I will add a HTML nav tag with navbar as its inner text. Then after this, I will create a div with the class name of content div, and it will have an inner text of content1. I will then copy this div and paste it 4 more times with the inner text of content div 2, 3, 4, and 5 respectively. After that, I'll give different heights to each of these content divs. So 80 VH to the first one, 50 VH to the second, 60 VH to the third, 40 VH to the fourth div, and 100 VH to the last content div. Then I'll quickly add some styling. I'll go to the styles.css. Here, I'll apply some styles to the nav element or the navbar basically. So this will have a position of fixed, top 0, left 0, width of 100%, a height of 50px, display of flex, justify content of center, align items of center, a darkish gray box shadow, text color of red, and a smooth transition for the background color change, where the color will change after 0.3 seconds with ease. Do note that I haven't yet set a dynamic background color for the navbar yet, but I will soon. After this, I'll quickly style the content divs. It will have a display of flex, justify content and align items of center, font size of 24px, text align of center and color of red. After that, I'll select all the odd content divs and give it a background color of black. And to the even content divs, I'll give a background color of white. And now let's add the functionality where the navbar changes its background color based on the color of the section it's scrolling past through, which is either white or black. So first, I'll create a state navbar background color initialized with the color white, because by default we're considering the first content div to be white. Then after that, I'll create a use effect, and within this use effect, I will listen to the scroll event listener, because of course, we need to change the navbar's background color depending on when it scrolls past through the individual content divs. And this scroll event listener will execute a function named handleScroll upon every scroll. Now within the handleScroll function, I will first select all the elements with the class name content div and then store them in the divs variable. Then I'll also select the nav element on the page and store it in the navbar variable. After that, I'll create a for loop that iterates over each element with the class content div and checks if it's currently visible on the screen by comparing its position with the position of the navbar. So for that, I'll first extract the individual div we are looping through. Then I'll get the size and position of that div using the getBoundingClientRect method in JavaScript. And I'll store its value in a variable named rect. After that, I'll also extract the position of the bottom of the navbar using navbar.getBoundingClientRect.bottom and then store its value in the variable navbar_bottom. Then I need to check if the top of the current div is above or at the same level as the bottom of the navbar, and also if the bottom of the div is below or at the same level as the bottom of the navbar. If that's the case, then it means the navbar is touching or scrolling past the div. So I'll write if rect.top is less than equal to navbar_bottom and rect.bottom is greater than equal to navbar_bottom, then I'll extract the background color of that particular div the navbar is scrolling past through using window.getComputedStyle method in JavaScript, which simply returns an object containing the values of all CSS properties of an element. And after that, I'll update the nav background color state to the background color of the div we extracted just now. And then I'll break out of this loop so the remaining iterations don't happen until we haven't scrolled past the current div. Now that we have the background color state updated based on the div we scroll past through, it's time to set this background color to the navbar. So in the nav element here, I'll give an inline style where the background color will be set to the nav background color state. And lastly, in the use effect, I'll add a cleanup function that removes the scroll event listener to prevent memory leaks when the component unmounts. And now with that, if I refresh the page and then start scrolling, you can see the moment I touch the black content div, the navbar becomes black. And the moment I touch the white content div, the navbar becomes white, and so on. So this is how you build a dynamic navbar that changes its background color based on the color of the section it's scrolling past through. If you found the video insightful, don't forget to drop a like and subscribe for more.
In this video, I'm going to show you how to implement the UI of stack and queue in React.js. So before we dive into the coding part, I'll show you the demo of the project. So as you can see here, there is this box which has these two texts, select mode and select operation. And now if I click on stack, then the stack is going to be selected, and then now I can push elements or pop elements out of this stack. But currently I don't have any element on it, so I'll just push. When I push, you can see this nice smooth animation occur, and number 1 push in, I can push more, and 2, 3, 4. And now if I click on pop, then since I have selected stack, we know that stack follows the LIFO structure, which means last in first out. So the element which went in the last, which was number 4, will be popped out the first when I click on pop. So if I click on pop, 4 should pop out, and there you go, you saw 4 popping out. Now if I click again, 3 should pop out, 3, 2, and then 1. All right, this was for stack. Now if I go ahead and I click queue and then I start pushing, the push operation is going to happen normally with the smooth animation, 1, 2, 3, 4 all getting pushed one after the other. But now queue follows the FIFO structure, which means first in first out, which means the element that was first in gets out first, and the element which was first in this case was 1. So when I click on pop, 1 is going to pop out, not 5. So let's check it out. When I click pop, 1 should pop out instead of 5. So when I click pop right now, there you go, you could see 1 went away. Now if I click it again, 2 is gonna go, 3, 4, and then 5. So yeah, I hope you understood the demo of this project. We are just going to implement stack and queue, and we are going to do the UI implementation for that, specifically using React.js. This question was asked to me in an interview, and I'm going to show you the approach of how to solve it. Alright, so to start with the coding, all I'm going to do first is I'm going to remove this app that you see over here in this class, and I'm going to give it a name of nothing but wrapper container. And then I'm going to go underneath this and I'm going to give it another div, and this div will have nothing but a class name of wrapper. Actually this should be wrapper container, and we can give this the entire wrapper of stack queue, just like this. And then within this wrapper container, we are going to specify the styles for the left container. I'm going to give this a name of left container. All right, and then after that, within this we had that h2 on top. That h2 will have nothing but a class name of heading stack queue, and within this we are going to write select mode. All right, now underneath this h2 I'm going to create another div, and this will have a class name of mode container. Now within mode container we are going to add the stack queue buttons, so I'm going to give div, and I'm going to give this a class name of mode, and this will have the stack word over here. And I'm going to copy this thrice because we need to add for the or which we had, the or text, and make this big, and then or text, and then queue, and then this will just have a class name of or. Alright, so this was for the mode container. Now after the mode container, all we need to do is we need to go underneath this and then give another h2, which is going to be for the select operation, which will be selecting the push or pop operation. And here also I'll give the class name of heading stack queue, because we are going to keep the same styles anyway, so it doesn't matter. And then underneath this I'm going to actually copy this whole thing. What I'm going to do is I'm going to just change the name of this to push pop container, and within that it will be the same thing, mode, the class name will be the same, but the text will be nothing but push, and over it will be pop, because all the buttons are the same styling as we saw in the demo. Okay, so after this all I have to do is I also have to render out that container on the right side in which the elements get added or popped out. So that will be nothing but a div, and it will have a class name of stack queue container. Now within this stack queue container, I'll just be adding this the state array. Within that array I'll just push or pop the elements depending upon the logic. So all those individual elements will also have a certain type of styling, but we will add that later as we go on ahead and while we execute it. So I'm going to save this, and we are going to make the CSS. We're going to add the CSS for all of these files. Alright, so I'm going to add the CSS for the wrapper stack queue, The wrapper stack queue is going to have nothing but a display of flex, and then it's going to have a justify content of center, and then it's going to have a line items of center. After that, a height of nothing but 100 vh, and a background color of nothing but black. This is for the entire wrapper that you see on the page, and I'm going to just copy these three because we are going to use these three quite a lot because we want everything to be centered out. Then I'm going to add nothing but wrapper container, and it's going to have these three again, but here justify content will be space evenly. And then after that, I'm going to give this a width of 40%. We're going to go through the styles pretty fast. It's pretty basic styles. So we need to focus mainly on the logic that we have. After that, I'm going to add nothing but a padding of 20px and 0px. After this, I'm going to give it a border radius of 5px. All right, and then we're going to go down, and then underneath this, I'm going to add the styling for the left container. The left container will have these three again, and nothing but a flex direction. We need to give a flex direction of column. All right, cool. After this, we need to go down and add the styling for the heading stack queue. The heading stack queue is just going to have a color of white. And apart from that, we also need to select the first child. So I'm going to do heading stack queue and then select the nth child, number 1, and I'm going to give it a margin top of nothing but around 0px. Yeah. So after this, what we need to do is we need to give the styling for the mode container. The mode container is also going to have those three stylings. That's it, because you want everything centered, all the buttons and the text within it and all. So after that, I'm going to give the styling for the mode. This is going to be for the individual buttons, and then it's going to have a background color of red, a border radius of 5px, a padding of 5px and 10px top and bottom, and then a color of nothing but white. And after that, I'm going to give it a font weight of 600, and then a font size as well of 20px, and then a width of nothing but 100px. And then after that, I'm also going to give it a cursor of pointer so that you get the button effect, and then a text align of center so that all the text within the button stays centered. All right, we are good to go here. And then after this, we have a few more stylings left. We are going to do mode on hover. On hover, we change the color to a gray as you saw in the demo. So I'm going to keep this gray and then give it a color of black. So when we hover, the text color becomes black and the background becomes gray. And then I'm also going to give the styles for the or text which we have, that is nothing but white in color, and then it's going to have a margin of nothing but 0px and 10px and a font size of 12px. All right, that's for the or. And now lastly, the last few styles we have is nothing but of the push pop container. Push pop container. This is going to have these centered attributes, and then after this we are going to add it for the last stack queue container that we added in the end for the right hand side where the elements get pushed and popped. Over here I'm just going to add display of I'm actually gonna copy paste. I'm actually just gonna paste that thing, but instead of doing this, I need to give it a flex direction, actually flex direction of column reverse, because initially when we add the elements, it will be added sequentially in a linear fashion 1 2 3 4 5, and then if I make it just column, it's going to stay in a different order, in the opposite order. But if I reverse it, then it will give the actual stack queue behavior when we push and pop. So after this, I'm just going to add border 5px solid white, and then a border top of none because the border didn't have a top as you saw in the demo, a padding top of nothing but 5px, and then a width of 80px, and then I'm going to give it a height of 200px, and then an overflow of auto. You can make all these percentage as well if you want to make it responsive, but we just want to see the functionality work in this case. And then an overflow x of hidden. Okay, so this is enough for now. After this, we just need to add the value for the one that I talked about, that when I add the array over here, there will be individual values for that style. For that also we need to add styling. That will be added as we move on ahead and write the logic. Let's just open the browser and check what we've got. There you go. You can see this is our current build, and over here now none of the functions work, none of the functionalities work, but you can see the UI exactly similar to the one which we had. This is the original build, and this is the current build. Okay, so now let's go ahead and add the functionalities. All right, so now let's start with the logic part. So I'm gonna add use state over here. I'm gonna use that from the React library, and as I had mentioned over here, we need to add the stylings for the value as well. So what I'm going to do, first of all, I'm going to declare an array that's going to be nothing but this array value, set array value. I'm going to name it this, and then I'm going to say use state, and I'm going to assign it to an empty array. and we know we can use the map function on the array. So all I'm going to do right now here is I'm going to say array value, sorry, this needs to be on these curly braces, array value dot map, and we're going to extract the value from it, and then we are going to return a div, and each of those divs will be having a particular styling, and we will give it a class name of stack queue value, and it will have the value of nothing but val, each value that we have. So now let's start adding the functions for each of them and the functionality. Over here in the push and pop, we can give it an on click event. We'll attach this on click equals to nothing but on push click. We can do the same for the pop as well. Over here down in pop, we can give this on pop click. All right, and then we need to create these functions as well. So all I'm gonna do here is first I'm just gonna create all this, and then we are gonna slowly start filling out the logic on push click and then on pop click. Okay, and then apart from this, we also need to add an event over here, on click event over here. So what I'm gonna do first is I need to decide what I'm selecting, right, whether it's stack or queue, because based on that we will perform the operation. So to get that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create another state. It's going to be selected and then set selected, and then it's going to have use state, and it's going to start with an empty string, and then I'm going to take the set selected. What I'm going to do, I'm going to go over here on stack, and I'm going to say on click. When we click that, I want the set selected to have the text of nothing but stack. All right, and similarly over here I'm going to do, if we click on queue, then the set selected should have a text of queue. All right, it's pretty easy and self-explanatory. Now we need to make the functions for push click and pop click. We need to write the functionality for that. So for that, all we got to do is we can just go to push click first. This is going to be pretty simple. All I'm going to say first is if selected is equal to empty, then we'll just return out from this function. But if it's not empty, then what are we going to do? We are going to say we are going to make a temporary array which is going to be equal to, and we are going to spread all the values from the actual array value that we have, which is initially going to be empty. But then we are going to, in the temp array, we are going to push the temp array dot length plus 1, because every time we push, we're incrementing the value by 1, right? So initially the length is going to be 0. So when we push the first time, it's going to go 0 plus 1, 1. Then we push again, it's going to go 2, then 3, 4, 5, and so on. So that's, and then after that, we just have to set the array value as the temporary array that we see here. All right. So this will properly set the array value to the new array that we require. So that's going to be for the push operation. And over here we need to also add the styling for the stack value. Forgot to add that, so we can go ahead and do that as well. I'm going to go to my app.css, and I'm going to add .stack value, and over here I'm going to add styling. We have a background color of red, a color of nothing but white, and then after that a font size of nothing but 16px, and then a font weight of nothing but 600, and then a width of 100%, and a border of 1px solid white. So it's going to be white. After that, this is going to add all the styles, the general styles that we want. So we can go ahead and test if the push works. Since we are already setting it over here and then mapping through it over here, the push functionality should be working. So let's check. When I click on stack, it's not going to show that white color selected icon like it shows over here now, because we haven't added the styling. But when I click on stack should be selected, and I'll click on push, and you can see 1 gets appended over here. I click push again, 2, 3, 4, 5, and we added this styling just now. But if I click on pop, nothing will happen because we don't have that. We don't have it for that. And for queue as well, the push is going to happen in the same way, because both stack and queue have the same functionality for push. All right, so let's just refresh this. We need to add the functionality for pop right now. Okay, now but before adding the functionality for pop, let's make sure we can figure out which one we are selecting. So let's add this. Let's add the code for that. That's going to be pretty simple as well. All we have to do is we have to go back up here to our stack and queue, and we can just add an inline style for here over here for now. All I'm gonna say is style equals to if we're going to write the background color, if selected equals to the stack, then we are gonna keep the background color as white. All right, so this is what we have now, and also we need to change the color when the background color changes. So I'm also going to do the same thing for color over here. I'm going to copy this and I'm going to write if selected equals to stack, then the color for the text will become black, because the background will be white, and if the text is also white, then it won't be pretty visible. And we are going to take this same thing, and we are also going to add this for the queue which we have, and we are going to save it. But instead of checking it for stack, we are going to check it for queue. All right, pretty easy. Now if I go back to my browser and if I click on stack, there you go, you can see stack is clicked. Now if I click on queue, then queue is clicked. So now you will at least know which ones clicked at what time. Okay, so now just go ahead and add the pop functionality. So for pop, all we have to do is we need to go above right over here. We are going to create a temporary array over here as well. Array value. Now we are spreading the values of this array in this temp array and then manipulating this temp array and then storing it within the state, because this is a better way to do it in React instead of directly modifying the array inside this step, inside this set array value. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to check over here. It's going to be pretty simple. If selected is equal to stack, then we are going to add the pop functionality for a stack, and if selected over here is equal to queue, we don't need to do else if and all, because we know at one point of time selected can only take one value, and if selected is equal to queue, then we need to perform the pop functionality for queue. So for stack, all that happens is it is last in first out. So the one which was added last goes out first. So it means the last value of the array will be popped out first, right? So all we have to do for that is we need to do temp array dot splice. Splice will directly, and in splice we over here mention, you can check out over here, if I hover on this, it will say that it takes two parameters, first start and then is the delete count. So the start will be from where we want to remove it, the delete count will be how many elements we want to remove. All right, so let's just add that. We want to in stack we want to remove the last element first, right? So we are going to do temp of arr.length -1, and we want to remove only one element. So this is the number of elements you want to remove. All right, so after this we are simply going to do set array value, and we are going to set it to the temp array. Okay, and then we are going to do the same thing, but just a little different over here for queue. We're going to say temp array.splice, and in queue we want to remove the first element, right? In queue it's always first in first out, so no matter whatever elements you have pushed, when we pop, we want the first element that was entered first to get popped out. So over here we are going to say we want the first element to be popped out, so the 0th index each time to be popped out, and we want to delete only one element. Okay, so and then after that we are going to say set array value, and we are going to add temp array over here. All right, so now if I save this, and we have added all the code, if I save this and I go back to my browser, I'll just refresh it once, and if I click on stack gets selected. If I push values, there you go, you can see values getting pushed, and if I pop, you can see it's getting popped from the top, right? The top elements are getting popped out. Now if I click on queue, and if I then start pushing my elements, and then if I click on pop back again, it should remove from 1 2 3 4 instead of 6 5 4 3. So let's see, if I click on pop, 1 should go, there you go, you saw 1 got removed, then 2 will get removed, 3 will get removed, 4 5 6 and so on. So all right, the functionality is working perfectly fine. The only thing that's left is to add the animation of all these divs coming into the box. As you can see over here, when I push, there is a beautiful animation coming over here, and these texts are also centered. So let's also add that. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to my into my app.css, and over here I'm just going to add a few styles. So all we have to do is I'm going to write text line of center, and after that I'm going to give it an opacity of 0, and then I'm going to say animation fade in. If you guys don't know much about animation, then you can let me down in the comment section. I can make a video on this. I can teach you animation within just 15 minutes. And then we'll also give it an animation delay of 0.3 seconds, and then an animation fill mode of nothing but forwards. All right, after that I'm going to go down and I'm going to use the keyframes that CSS provides us, and then I'm going to access that fade in variable, and within that I'm going to say from opacity of 0 to an opacity of 1. I'm going to save this. So now let's go and check. If I go to my browser and I save everything, if I refresh it, I mean, and now if I start pushing, if that animation works or not, and the text within that div stays centered or not. Push, there you go, you saw that delay and nice animation come up, and the text is also centered. So here you can see all of those elements properly being pushed with a cool new nice animation. When I pop, they're all going to pop. And Q also works fine. I push all the elements, and when I have to pop, it's going to pop from the bottom. There you go. And for stack, when I push and I pop, it's going to pop from the top. Alright, so that's all for this video. I hope you enjoyed the implementation of this. This was asked to me in an interview. And if you enjoyed this content, then please don't forget to like and subscribe. Stay tuned for more.